You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. I'm just kidding. It's me, Lord Ereban. Don't you love it? I'm Jeff. You get it? For Halloween. I hope you all get it. I hope everyone gets the costume here, because if you don't, then that's weird. A special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello, so glad you could join us. Make sure to click the star to follow the channel and get live notifications. Otherwise, I'll see you in the chat during the show. So, although I'm dressed as Jeff Kanata, I'm really Lord Ereban, though you might not be able to tell. Keeper of secrets, of course, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Oh, yeah! Okay. Is that how we're doing it, Reza? I see your little games there. Okay, really quick to start this off. If you could all just do me a favor and not touch any of the props for the next maybe 4 minutes, please. Okay? Please, it would really help get us through this process. Okay. Yes. Throughout our time together, you... Holy sloppy goat's bakery. What? First of all, what kind of name is that? Sloppy goat's bakery? I love it. I like it. I can't say I love it. I like it. Good name. Do me a favor. Number one, you're no longer invited to the ASSS, okay? Just number one. Number two, Reza, you're no longer invited either. 3, if we could stop with the props, please. Okay? Thank you. Reza, I'm just kidding. You're invited. Just, I have to pretend you're not for the moment. Okay. Throughout our time together, you, the viewers, will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. So if you love the show, you can show love. And when you buy Show Love balloons, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. But now you have a choice. You can choose to support Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil. We have 2 balloons, gold balloons for Team Force of Good and purple balloons for Team Force of Evil. The choice is up to you, and now they count towards Force cards. Both Force of Good and Force of Evil cards are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil. Are triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil fill up their balloon count. I can never get that right, I'm sorry. Now, as certain thresholds are met, a force card will be given to the team. And yes, potatoes. I know you're thinking of that. I've added the potato prop to the Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil battle. Falstar, look at you dropping a Team Force of Good potato right out of the gate. However, don't you think you're alone, because Cosmic Lord 94 was early on the button and had dropped a Yammer earlier. Now, the good potatoes and the evil Yammers are both worth 120 balloons for their respective teams. So, you just get a better value if you use the potatoes rather than the balloons. And who doesn't love a deal? I know I do. And you should too. All right? Now, there are 10 Force of Good cards and 10 Force of Evil cards that can be triggered each episode, and we'll show you a status update so you know how close you are to the next card. Any leftover progress will carry over to next week's show. And because of this, I want you to submit Force cards. So go ahead, head over to the dungeonrun.fandom.com. I'll say that once again for those of you that didn't hear it. The dungeonrun.fandom.com, and submit your ideas. We like them, we want them, we need them. You can also bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability for a character to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at one time, taking the highest value. Or, if you're feeling so inclined, you could set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, what does Jorel say? That's right, life is pain. Advantages or disadvantages can only be... There's a deep-seated burning in the lower extremes of what I would call the start of my hamstrings, though I don't have them, so I don't really know what location on my body they are. Goodness gracious, Milo, do me a favor. I bought some suppositories. If you could grab those, that would be great. Please, thank you. I knew this time would come, so I bought some in advance. Listen, Chef Scott, real quick, you're, again, uninvited to the ASSS. Now, the problem here is, I've uninvited you so many times, I can't uninvite you further. However, what I can tell you is, you will never, ever, ever, in the history of my parties, be invited. Are we clear? Please. Please be clear. Okay. Last but not least, we do have Milo's Ball. Yes, Milo's Ball. Here's the deal. It doesn't do anything, so leave it alone. That being said, if you touch it like Chef Scott, Reza, and Sloppy Goat's Bakery have, you can consider yourself uninvited to the ASSS, which is Ereban's Super Special Shindig. Plain and simple. Got it? Good. Now, let's meet our brave souls, the cast of characters. Please welcome Jared Kajak as Civ Renkisele. What is going on with all of you?
Lord Erban, Lord Erban,
Yes?
actually, it's Nightfire's Dream is playing Civ Red Thistle tonight.
Nightfire's Dream. What have you done with Jared?
I don't know who this Jared is.
Who are you, man?
Someone
He's the
invited me
producer
to
here.
a party and there's no one here, so I just figured I'd get on Zoom.
This is fantastic. Jared, I know it's you, but pretend like it's not. Amazing. You look fantastic. What a wonderful costume. It's almost as good as mine. Okay, next up we have Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Tig.
It's Dark
Hello,
Hooli
Fahima.
tonight.
Dark Hooli.
Dark Hooli.
You look fantastic. What
Why,
a
thank
wonderful
you.
costume.
I must talk
So,
like this when I have black
everything-
lipstick on.
Everything has changed so much, but I like it. I can't complain. All right, wonderful to meet you. Next up, we have Morgan Peter Brown as James Quinos. James? James? James, is your camera broken?
Wait, is he
Is
really
it your
that still?
webcam?
Ow, that hurt.
Oh my god!
You're so good at that.
Thank you. No, actually, tonight I am Prince
magic.
Nocturne of Lower Stygia.
Oh, Prince
I just made myself
Nocturne,
cry.
I
Sorry.
love it.
So I'm gonna make my
No,
eyeliner
that
run.
was glorious. Listen, Morgan, I thought you had your camera was frozen.
Well, yes, yeah. It's a special.
Really
camera.
well done. I'm impressed. We should talk about this afterwards. I want to learn how to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I love it. Next up, we have Ronald Ogden as Argo. Hello, Argo.
My
Look at
name's
you.
Sir Chuckles, the Destroyer.
Sir Chuckles, wonderful. So, everything is new to me here. Listen, folks, I normally don't get a chance to do these whole Halloween get-ups. This is phenomenal. I'm having a blast. Now, so you are a clown?
Yes.
Ah, but like a
goth
dark
clown.
one, yes?
Or
Got you. I got you. I love this. I really do.
cloth?
Now,
A cloth,
I'm going to have a
yes.
blast with this one here. Next up, we have Katie Michaels as Lily Dumbledore.
What's up? I was
Lily,
gonna
who
call
are you?
myself Lily Interrupted tonight.
Lily Interrupted. I love it. This is a very, very interesting costume that you have on. I like it.
I got my
Very
Bingle shirt
dope.
on. Rosy Cheeks Tavern.
Yes.
Not Bingle. Rosy
Hip,
Cheeks Tavern.
very hip and savvy you are. I love this. I'm having a
Savvy,
blast.
thank you.
Now, I will tell you, I'm nervous because whatever comes next, I don't know, and what is going to happen? So let me just go. Okay, here we go. Finally, last but not least, our dungeon master, and who, in terms of costume, I don't know, Mr. Jeff Carnota.
Hello, Araban. You've got the best costume. It's. I think it's pretty darn good. But jokes
I
on you. I
cannot
don't look
be-
anything like that tonight.
I would have to agree that mine is the best. However, you are looking super chill, man. Did I get
Thanks.
that right? Is that the right word? Chill?
I have no idea what the kids say these days, but
think
I
that
like
that's
it.
probably wrong, but I'll tell you, you look great, and I love the choker.
Thank you. I want to wish you a very happy Halloween.
Yes, Jeff. And I would like to wish a happy Halloween to each and every one of you. Now, as their journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversation around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me a great pleasure if you would share the show. Really, truly. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run, the greatest show in the history of Einkind. Get it? Yes, I'm ahead of myself here. So keep the comments coming, be ever vigilant, and let the dice roll!
Welcome and happy Halloween to each and every one of you. Welcome to episode 70 of the Dungeon Run, our second Halloween show. Wow!
Woo!
Now this year, Jared actually suggested to everyone that we do a goth theme. Somehow all the boys misinterpreted that as clowns, I guess.
It's not a misinterpretation. It's not a misinterpretation. It's
me.
totally good. And
Excuse
it's not just
me.
I didn't really like put them all in one clown category till you said that, Joe.
I'm a goth
going
juggler.
for-
I mean, it's,
I was going for more pastel crow kind of thing.
No, it's great. It's great. It's we are not like Heroes of Bingle tonight. We are the insane clown posse. It's great. It's
Oh,
wonderful.
how dare you.
No, you guys all look fantastic. Hopefully you all are enjoying a Hollow Ein wherever you are. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna do a regular episode of the show, which well, I should say before I even get there is special. There's a special thing. Last week you heard the brand new Uggo theme. At the end of the show, we're going to be debuting Civ's theme, which is this beautiful orchestration that was created by our amazing musical contributors, Heather Stewart and Leah Finkelstein. They composed original music for each of the characters, and we're debuting them over 5 weeks. Last week was the first one with Uggo. The end of this episode, it'll be Civ, so be sure to stick around through the credits for that. But if you've been watching lately, you know that this team has split. So it's time, perhaps, to bid adieu to Jessica. She will be here in the second half of the show. But
Bye,
we wanted to have the
guys.
whole group together with our
Bye.
costumes.
You look so
We miss
pretty.
you.
So do you.
Yeah.
Miss
Have
you.
fun. Have fun.
All
tonight.
right. We'll see you in the second half,
Be
Jessica.
safe.
I love you.
Don't do anything we wouldn't do.
Yeah, make smart choices.
She's never
All
gonna
right.
listen.
We're never ever gonna see her again.
I am. I don't know how we're gonna do this show looking like this and have it be ridiculous. This is a special episode for the audio listeners because people watching, there's some cognitive dissonance that will be required. But I love it. At least I don't look like a duck this year. That's a win.
Yeah.
For you,
All right.
maybe.
You guys all,
Yeah. We love
got-
the duck.
you guys all look fantastic. All right, let's catch everybody up, shall we?
Yes.
It started as a simple dungeon run. 5 adventurers found the key to unlocking a hidden past. The secret memories held in the minds of the Wardens, Ein's 100-foot-tall guardians, elemental titans created at the end of the Great War of Ideas 3 centuries ago. But despite all of their incredible power, several of these Wardens were captured and imprisoned, and only the Heroes of Bingle could free them. Risking their lives by venturing into extraordinary locations, the team found that a group led by the mysterious Ashen Mage was harnessing the energies of the Wardens to build an army of the undead. The mad scientist Fardinald Urtenfurt, the amphibious warrior Jan Mo, and the shadowy rogue with ties to Civ's past, Vic. The Heroes of Bingle confronted this cabal atop a volcano known as Sky Scorcher Peak. But using power extracted from the Wardens themselves, the Ashen Mage stopped the team in their tracks and made a terrible offer to Fahima Tig. Join her side, leave the Heroes of Bingle to save their lives, and become her apprentice. And so the 5 became 4, but not before Vic made a shocking sacrifice of her own. Looking Civ in the eye, she smashed the ornate urn prized so highly by the Cabal, unleashing a torrent of energy that catapulted her thousands of feet down the mountain. Fahima disappeared into a dark portal with the Ashen Mage, and the Heroes of Bingle were left reeling from their losses. When they reached Vic's body, Civ was heartbroken, vowing to give her a rightful burial in their hometown of Olsvach. And then the Wardens arrived through the woods, and the ancient amulet, the Secret Keeper's amulet, once again granted them a vision of the past. Each time the team rescued a Warden, they were transported into a hidden memory, living out moments of a history that had been completely wiped out, erased from the minds of an entire civilization. And each time that this has happened, the team has been unconscious for a week, held in stasis by the elemental power of the Wardens. This time, the Heroes of Bingle awoke early, interrupted by the magic of the Secret Keeper's amulet. A force of good given to them through the amulet weeks ago granted them 1 hour of time at a party they helped plan in the trade hub town of Winkberg. And though Fahima Tig was disconnected from the amulet, she had been with the team when the magic was activated, so she and the Heroes of Bingle were reunited, albeit briefly, inside the tavern known as the Wink and the Smile. There, worried that the Ashen Mage might listen in or read Fahima's thoughts, the team did not directly discuss their next steps, Fahima asked for more time to glean more intelligence from her situation, and Civ made a mad dash to find Chalmers, a cleric and follower of the Candle Queen he had helped become one of the Duke of Winkberg's closest advisors. In the few minutes he had before the amulet transported them back, Civ begged Chalmers to reach out to the Natural Order of Wizards to galvanize allies to their cause. When the team woke up again, with Fahima nowhere in sight, they used James's new ability to speak with the dead to ask Vic a series of questions. She told them that the grave of the dragon Nonezaron was located outside the city of Zhong. But the nature of James's spell made it difficult to discern much more. As we ended last week, Lily sang a song of mourning for Vic as Ugo cast a paladin spell to protect her from being turned undead. Civ put his arm around Lily, and James softly began casting Ascending to Fahima's father, Conroy Tig. And that is where we will pick up this week. I do want to thank some folks that have been giving us love at the beginning of the show. We got potatoes. We got potatoes already. Oh my goodness! It's a Halloween bake-off with the potatoes. It's a
Nice.
Halloween. What's the word I've been looking for?
Casserole.
Hot dish.
Casserole. Thank
hot
you.
dish.
Yes.
Hot dish.
Halloween
go.
hot dish.
Potluck.
Superlative.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Fallstar and Vuya Vith, both with potatoes. Thank you. Cosmic Lord 94 with an evil yam. Wow. Very generous. Very grateful. There's a Force of Good card that is 91% of the way to being unlocked, and a Force of Evil card that is 52% of the way to being unlocked. We also got some balloons. We have balloons from Lazy Pixie, Anthropomorphic Muppet, Hornist 34, 2O Mask, David Gen Pro, Extinguish the Flame, Bacon Chef Tommy, Peony Brace Girdle, Goofus McDorkle, and lots of others. Thank you very much for those. We appreciate you. Somehow I will talk and not stab myself in the neck. All right.
My makeup has looked like this ever since I did that Speak with the Dead spell last week, actually. I just
Yeah. It's permanent.
stared in the mirror and put dark makeup on myself.
It's
That
like
went so
it's like when
well.
your mom says your face is gonna stay like that. That's
You're
what
like,
happened.
good.
You're so
Okay.
method.
So we return to the scene of the side of the mountain where we had left off. The team just in a moment of mourning said goodbye to Vic and wrapped her in wraps that Civ had produced from his disguise kit, and put her back in the bag of holding where she's being kept by the team. And
Right. I wasn't Ugo casting a bear. He was casting a ceremony spell, actually.
he did, yes. We completed that. He completed
okay.
that spell at the end of last week, and it prevents her from being turned undead for what do you say, 7 days? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ron, muted.
Can't hear you, Ron. But
He's a mime.
That's what Ron's going as a mime for Halloween.
oh, it's gonna be tough.
Yes, it's 7 days.
7 days.
7
Okay.
days.
Okay, so James, you are casting your Sending to Conroy.
Yeah, I'm thinking hard about the face that I saw back on top of the volcano, because that's still the only time that I've seen his face. So I'm trying to use that to be as familiar with him as possible. And here we go. So hopefully this works. By the way, Jeff,
Yes.
if he's not on the same plane as us,
Right, it doesn't work.
there's a low percentage chance that it doesn't work.
Oh,
it
right,
can
right,
still
right.
work. It's something only like a 5% chance that it doesn't work.
Okay.
But if you need me to roll,
I do not.
interesting. Copy. Okay. Then this is the message. Conroy, my name is James, your firecracker's friend. She's captured by Ashen Mage. We freed Typhoon Warden. Let's help each other. Location? Question mark?
All right. And you
Do we hear it when you say those sendings, James?
he says it out loud. Yeah.
Okay.
He says it out loud. You just don't hear the response.
Good job you didn't do yes or no questions, James.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Good job.
So this message forms into tiny, effervescent mist that rises off into the ether, and you see it magically rise from James and go off into the ether. And James, you wait, as you have so many times when you cast Sending, in that moment of not knowing. You wait an extra second.
Come on, dude.
And then you hear, much to learn. Someone is scrying on me. Fahima in distress. Dared not tip my hand. To reach me, find the Keeper of Secrets.
James?
Yes, you see my eyes go wide. Yes.
What happened?
He reached out. He spoke to me. Okay.
Fahima's dad?
Yes, he knows. He knows she's in danger. He says there's been someone trying to scry on him.
Oh.
He know, and that's why he was holding back when she spoke to him earlier, I think. Remember, Fahima mentioned that she sensed that he was being cautious. He said to reach me, find the Keeper of Secrets.
Find the Keeper of Secrets.
Do you remember Lord Ereban?
Yes, from when we were in the Wardens.
That's right, when we turned into the Wardens.
Wasn't he the one that created all of the
Intellect devourers.
creepy? Yes.
Yes. That we saw last in that vision just the other day. Or earlier today. Gosh, I don't know. When
How are we going to find a mind flayer?
I don't know.
Well,
Is there anything I could send another one of those right now? But we may need it. Do we need to fly?
I think with the volcano still exploding, it would be better for us to go around the mountain, not through it or over it.
Jeff, to get back to Dalto Thum, to get back to those gates, about how many-ish miles would we guess we were?
I mean, it's not the number of miles; it's the difficulty of terrain at this point. I mean, it is a number of miles. You entered the mountain, right? You entered the mountain in Dalto Thum. You went inside it, and then you went up, right?
Right.
And now you're on the other side. So it's either going up over the top of the mountain or around the periphery of the mountain to get back to that front side, and you have to go down in elevation. So it's really not terribly far in terms of distance. It's just difficulty of terrain.
Well,
It probably will take you more than a day of travel for sure.
because flying with a flight spell, so flying lasts for 10 minutes, and I did the math, shocker. And you can get about 2.5 miles in 10 minutes at full speed, dashing every round for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than 2 miles.
Sure.
It's, you know, like I said, I'm terrible at these kind of distances.
how many
but
days did you say it would take? Like,
It probably going to take about 2 days of walking.
so it's probably like 20 miles?
I mean, a marathon, right, is 27 miles, and people do it in, you walk it in 6 or 7 hours.
Right.
So
50 miles? 100 miles? Well,
50 miles sounds about right.
well, we're gonna go get our chai.
I mean, I don't know. 50 miles seems a little long. Maybe it's more like 30, 35 miles.
Okay.
It
Yes.
will definitely make it faster to get up to the north if we have the birds.
I
Yes.
think Fahima would like it if we checked in on them.
Well, yes. I
Not
think
here, but
I think we might have a new baby at Chirai arrival when we get there.
gonna have to remember that so I can conjure a minor image and show Fahima what it was like.
That's great. That's a good idea. Well, okay. So maybe there's another. We don't know. We only think there's one entrance into Dalto Thum. Yes. I mean, is it worth
That's correct.
contacting? it could be worth contacting Dondo, maybe for help getting back there. But
Well, maybe we should at least start on our journey, and then we can contact people as we walk.
okay. I mean, I can hold on to a fly spell, and maybe if there's anything particularly difficult, then all of us can fly together for 10 minutes just to get over the worst of it.
Okay. Over the volcano?
There's also the lava that is coming down.
Yeah.
So
Right.
perhaps being able to fly would make it easier for us to venture over the top of that.
Yes, to take it as the crow flies, so to speak.
And you can fly all of us?
Yes, yeah, as long as you ride with Uggo, I can make 3 people fly.
I think it would be wise for us to stay close to the ground in case something happens to you, James, so that we don't all come crashing down.
Yes, yeah, certainly. That shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, so if we see any obstacles, any possible dangers, yes, give them a wide berth.
Jeff, how much daylight do we have left approximately?
I mean, you're in the early part of the day, so
Okay, so we have a full day of traveling in front of us if we want it.
Yeah, I mean, you basically woke up at dawn of this day, dealt with all of the Vic stuff.
Right.
You know, you're sort of still in the early part of the day.
I could conjure nightfall as well, but nightfall at most, and nightfall can go about 13 miles in an hour, but at most he could carry, Civ and Lily, or me and Lily. But so I don't think we should
for
split up.
at least the first day, it would make sense for us to stay together. And then once we get closer, if one or two of us want to go ahead to get to the dwarves, that's
I can carry Lily.
Right. Okay, so let's fly, or do we want to walk for now?
I can carry Lily and carry someone else. Lily being saddle, I carry other.
Oh, wait, I mean, if we're going to fly, we don't need to. I mean, it's 3 of us, so you only need to carry Lily.
Unless he just wants to carry other people for fun.
Right.
Well,
I like being strong.
I think it would be good for us to fly right away, because one of us could fly up just to make sure that the path going there is not filled with orcs or fire elementals or hodgepodges.
so we fly up, over the volcano, land, walk.
No,
That's the plan?
no. Up, look around, back down, then around the volcano, not over the top while it is still spewing up lava.
Okay.
All right.
So the up is just to check.
Scout,
Yes.
yes.
We're not making any ground.
Yes, correct.
All right. We have this conversation on the move, and then so I'm tapping Ron, tapping Uggo and Civ, and then the 3 casting fly at 5th level.
Okay.
So that is all 3 of us. We now can fly. Regular speed is 60 feet around, so 120 if we're dashing.
So
For 10.
Lily is in the saddle with Uggo, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So all 3 groups here, all 3 entities can fly up, and you all feel this weightlessness immediately as James touches you, and you're able to soar up. Are you moving sort of as one group, or you're spreading out? What do you like to do?
Before we can take off, I'm just gonna go straight up. Uggo goes straight up. And Uggo looks at James and says, "Please do not drop Lily."
I will not. I promise.
Please do not drop Uggo.
I promise not to drop anyone unless something terrible happens and I'm killed. So
Well, because we do not
Okay.
have Fahima with us, I think it would be smart if we all went as a group so that we can hold on to one another if someone were to fall.
yes, a good idea. Low flyers, but I'm fine keeping just above ground level.
All right. So everybody is flying up, sort of to get a bird's eye view. Or are we flying up to? Okay.
Yep.
So as you all soar together, this group rising above the treetops, big tall pine trees here. You see, as you emerge over the top of these beautiful green pine trees, you see the smoke billowing from the top of the volcano, and big red swaths of lava moving down on all sides of it. It's quite a sight as you rise up over these trees and look out the beautiful, majestic Nelrim mountain range continuing up north of you. There is, the mountain continues down to the south of you and to the east of you, but north and west, this mountain range is beautiful. It continues off, but directly northwest of you is this bubbling, molten eruption that is continuing, that is casting this bright red lava down all sides of the mountain. You can even probably see from where you are remnants of the wreckage of the castle that you escaped. If anybody wants to roll me a perception check, we can even get more detail.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll do it.
All right. So Civ, you have advantage from. Is this real? Grim farted. Is that real? It was countered by Gorban played. James, you have advantage from Crafton Crunch. Countered by Gorban played. Ugo, you have advantage from Beard Me Strength, countered by Gorban played. And Lily, you have advantage from the Raven Queen, countered by, you guessed it, Gorban played.
Gorban played.
I've been Gorban played.
Yes, indeed.
I got a dirty 21.
Nice.
8.
25.
Nice.
All right. Ron, did you roll?
Oh.
James is concentrating very hard on not dropping concentration. He's not looking anywhere. He's just like,
exactly.
we'll not drop them.
We also got a force of good card unlocked. We'll do that just in a moment. But as you all look out over the side of this mountain, Civ and Lily, you both notice there are sort of twinkling blue shimmers that catch your attention along the side of the mountain. It is unusual. It stands out starkly down past the tree line. You only notice it because your perception of this area is so sharp. You see these tiny sort of twinkling blue shimmers.
Are they moving?
They seem to be stationary, but the light, it's hard to tell, high up and far away, but they do seem to be stationary.
How far are they from us?
There's a number of them on a number of sides of the mountain, but they're a ways. They're far enough that you can kind of barely see. But it's like you see you might see a plane in the sky amid the clouds. Like, what is that? What is that light? There shouldn't be a light shining there. Why is there a light on the side of the mountain? And it is a number of dots like that. In
almost
kind
like
of
a path?
clusters.
Or
Not a path, no. More like a sprinkling of weird dots in different places.
Is there one or a couple on the way to Dalto Thum, the way that we're planning on taking?
Yes.
Okay. Then I turn to the rest of you and say, do you see the little
yes,
blue twinkling? Yes.
they're so pretty.
Are those robots?
No.
I don't think so. They're not
sorry,
moving.
Sorry. Oh.
You've also never seen a robot with a blue light on it before, but there you go.
I'll point one out to James so he
lightning, I
can't
thought
miss
was
it.
blue.
Huh. Does it seem natural, or would I be able to tell from this difference if it's natural or arcane in any way?
I don't think you'd be able to tell from this distance. It's like, I don't know. Have you ever been driving down the street and you see like somebody's house has Christmas lights on it, but it's really far away? And you're like, whoa, I think that's a decoration. I'm not quite sure. Is that a reflection of something? Is it a decorate? It's that kind of thing where it's like, what is that? And plus you're looking past trees and bushes and there's, lava all around. It's just a strange color that you shouldn't see against this nature. It stands out because it's very much not natural in the sense of you don't expect to see it in a forest.
Right.
Got it.
Why don't we go back down closer to the ground, but we can go that way and see what it is.
Okay.
Oh,
That's fine.
is it on the way? Which
Yes.
way we go? Oh,
We are going around the mountain this way, and they are speckled throughout.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we'll-
take
we'll-
out Murmur and knock an arrow.
Okay. You guys are still hovering in the air there. Let's do this. Let's do this Force of Good card before we get too far away from it.
Ooh.
We got a Force of Good opened up. This was submitted by Cable. It is called Anger Justified. It says, with everyone still being angry about Fahima leaving, each hero of Bingle gets a +3 to the next time they do damage.
Nice.
Ooh,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Are we able to tell? So we saw the wardens walk away from the fight.
Yes.
Are we passing like wreckage of? Like, can we assume that they won? That they killed all those dozens of dragons and hodgepodges? Or
well,
what
you saw when that incredible explosion happened, you saw a bunch of the hodgepodges get flung and kind of disintegrate, and it's just this massive effect that happened when that urn was shattered. And you saw dragons tumble and fall. It has been a week since that happened, right? So what you see hanging in the air now is very much the remnants of a huge battle. There are clearly sections that you can see where these armies of hodgepodges had moved down the mountain. There's spots where you can see this battle taking place, big burn marks and charred areas, sections of rock that have been destroyed and displaced. Evidence of this titanic battle that happened in the sky, on the ground, on the side of the mountain. But there is no evidence of any armies that remain. It all seems to be having been dispersed, or there's nothing left of it.
Right. I can't believe that the wardens walked away from that fight. When we saw it, it looked like they were dead meat.
I don't understand why they walk away from us every time.
I don't know.
I don't think they are all there.
No.
I think they had to give away a lot of who they were, and now they are almost like giant, mindless monsters.
I suppose so.
What'd you say, Ugo?
Like Maul.
Your mall, like your mall.
Right.
Tool. Weapon.
Except the Typhoon Warden.
Yes.
Oh, it's the Cyclone. The Cyclone Warden. I'm sorry, the Cyclone Warden.
Which is why she is the most dangerous one for us to lose.
Well, she's also the most hidden.
Right.
So, should we start walking?
Yes, if it's been about 10 minutes, as soon as, James being super cautious will be like, all right, maybe just, we're about, it's been about 9-ish minutes, so we should get close. I don't want to, cut out on us.
Yeah.
I don't want that either.
Civ still holding his longbow settles to the ground. Each of you settle to the ground, and you can map in your head a clear path down to the areas where you saw that shimmering.
Well, can't we just fly to them? Can't we just fly to the shimmering?
Can we get close to the?
Yeah, I mean, you can get much closer. Yeah.
Okay.
But James was saying as 10 minutes was ending, you guys were landing, so that's kind of what.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Be a bit cautious though, should we? We don't know what they are.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So as you walk toward this area, the trees, large pine trees, you kind of look around, you see these glimmering blue lights ahead of you, and as you come to what looks like a bit of a clearing, there is a number of former structures, things that look like the foundations of what may have been buildings clearly were buildings at one point, but are no longer. And there seems to be a pedestal or a larger structure that's farther in, around where are these outlines of foundation. And there is a much more solid structure there with stairways that lead to a center point. It's hard to tell what this once was, but it is clearly destroyed. It is clearly broken.
Are we able to see?
Go ahead.
Are there any tracks?
There are. In fact, what you see is extraordinary. You see a number of these glittering blue shimmers, these almost like faint, wavy They do much more now, James, look arcane to you. They look magical, like a hint of magical energy coming up out of the ground, from the ground. And around them in the structure, by the way, there's lava moving all around you down the sides of this mountain. In that center structure and around it, you see creatures. Creatures, the likes of which you have never seen. Bizarre, strange-looking quadrupeds with large claws. And their faces, their heads, look like fingers, a hand, a giant hand as the head of this thing. It is like something out of a nightmare. Completely different than any kind of thing you've ever seen. And something happens as soon as you see these creatures.
Uh-oh.
A force of good goes off. Excuse me, a force of evil goes off. I need you to roll initiative.
Oh, no!
And you are all going to be dispersed across this landscape. So, we're going to go to the map room.
Oh, no.
And we're going to get a chance to see what I'm describing here.
Oh,
shoot.
no.
I have the map room up. Hang on.
Oh, beautiful map room. Oh, look at all the pumpkins! Oh my gosh, that's stunning.
Yeah. I don't have it up. Hang on a second. Let me give me one moment. No, I didn't
And
get
we're
it.
in fire again.
Some things never change.
All right, so if you recall, I believe it was last week, you got a Force of Evil card that said the next time you are in a fight,
Yep.
Amanda in the map room will be moving you around in some random way. So you are
Great.
all at the northmost part of this map. And you can see these blue shimmers around. Map room, if you can zoom in on the creatures that you see, because they look very strange. Nothing like anything you have ever experienced before.
Ooh, gosh. They're, yeah, hands where their
Ew.
heads should be.
Exactly.
Ew.
And it's certainly doesn't look like a creature that would be, let's say, native to these woods. It is an abomination of a kind you have never experienced before.
I'm very upset by this.
Yeah.
It's all hands.
I'm calling this thing the hand that feeds.
Very 9 Inch Nails of you.
Thank you.
Nobody bite it.
Happy Halloween. All right. So, but what happens is as soon as you see these creatures, the amulet flashes and blinks twice. And all of you who are at the top of this map here, at the northmost of the map, are all displaced, are all moved magically around. We're going to see where Amanda puts you. Round and round and round she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows.
Amanda,
Oh
I've
my
always been
gosh,
kind,
Amanda, be
I've
nice.
always been kind to you. I've always been kind to you, Amanda.
By the way, just a note to everybody, we also have half our movement, and we are at disadvantage for dex saves.
Cool.
Yes, you have.
Whoa,
You guys
happy
all
Halloween.
have clown shoes on. don't drop them in the lava, Amanda. Don't drop them in the lava. Oh, on a stone in the lava.
One of us is just instantly dead.
Standing on a stone in the lava.
Who?
Looks like Sid.
Oh, I see.
Thank you, Amanda. She was actually kind of nice to you guys. She didn't put you really that far apart.
And Jeff, I hate to remind you this, but there is a force of evil that you were never supposed to read aloud.
Yes, I'm aware. I will.
Okay.
I will put that up.
Morgan.
Will happen. All
know,
right.
sorry.
So, this fight happens, and we need to roll initiative. So, Sid, what is your initiative roll? Oh, I'm sorry. You have advantage from Z-Man 9018. James, you have advantage from Baron Bojangles. Uga, you have advantage from Beard and Strength. Lily, you have advantage from Anthropomorphic Muppet.
Just straight up
25.
advantage?
Yeah. 25.
21.
Okay, Uga.
Hey,
I got
can you hear me
16.
now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Pops
Great,
in and out
great,
for some
great.
reason.
I don't know what's going on.
That's good now.
Great.
Your
Initiative is 22.
okay, and Lily.
16.
Okay, not too shabby.
Sweet 16.
All right, let's roll for the hands that feed.
Gosh. Okay. So the fire is little pools of lava around. Yes.
I mean, it is a stream of lava that is cascading down the mountain and has set fire to some of the trees and foliage in the area.
Is that structure to the west of me? Are there walls on it?
Very, very small walls. There are the larger structure to the west of you is
Yes.
There's a stairway. It leads up, I don't know, maybe 3 feet. It's not very high at all. It's not like a full story up. It's just like the pedestal of something that used to have a larger structure on top of it. These are ruins. These are clearly ruins.
Almost
and
looks
it
like a mini Mayan pyramid or something.
something like that. Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, not that, but yes.
Okay, copy. All right.
So the
Hey, and I'm starting at 0 spell slots. I love it.
all right. So I rolled a 12. So Civ, Ugo, James, Lily, and then monsters. So Civ, you're up.
Okay. Oh, come on. So I am at half my movement and I'm standing on a rock in a pool of lava?
Yeah, there's lava. It's a sort of a stream of lava that's coming down the side of this volcano. I think you could. I mean, you're 5 feet away from the side of
Well,
the.
yeah, I'm definitely going to get out of the lava and get onto the shore.
Yeah, I mean, you could standing leap that.
And
I think
then
that was Amanda being cheeky, which
Okay.
I love.
She's so cheeky. Do I see the creature at the top of that structure up there?
Yes, like I said, it's not a very tall structure. This is a, maybe 3 feet total height. It's just the base of something. You can imagine that at one point maybe there were pillars on this thing. You can see pillars in the lava that were broken off. It's hard to know exactly what the structure was, but it is not that anymore. It's literally just a piece of concrete of stone that does have a creature on top of it.
Okay. Do these creatures appear to be aware of us or me
Yes.
specifically? All of us?
As soon as you guys all sort of appeared all around the map, they
Right.
were alerted, which is why you rolled initiative.
Okay.
And they look aggressive, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, their hands are like grabby.
So
Yeah,
here's what I'm going to do.
They're a little handsy.
And Jeff, you can tell me if I can combo this stuff or not.
Mm-hmm.
What I'd like to do is there is a force of good card where Ugo throws me, and for every 5 feet of movement up to 30 feet, I do 1d4 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
What I'd like to do, oh, come on. What I'd like to do is I'd like to put the bow away, draw the dragon dagger,
Okay.
enact that, and essentially launch myself dagger out at the creature on top of the platform.
My only objection to that was I think
Yeah.
you need to be adjacent to Ugo for that to happen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I think the spirit of the card is Ugo throws you.
Oh, okay. All right then.
Nice idea. Nice idea.
Does that also mean then I could not throw myself?
I think the idea is that on your turn you can throw anyone.
I got you.
So then it's more about having Ugo be about 30 feet away from a creature rather than one of us.
Yeah.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna shoot it with my bow.
Do it.
And I'll get. I don't know. If I'm at half movement, I'll move and then dash. So that still puts me 30 feet up onto that platform. And I'd like to go up on the west side of the platform.
Okay, up the stairs on the west?
Yes.
Okay,
If
so
that
you're going to
helps,
leap
Amanda.
across this open lava stream, right?
Yeah.
Sort of land near those bushes, move to the stairs, and then go up. Where does that put you? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
I think
30?
I get right onto the stairs.
Yeah.
And then I'll just shoot that thing in the back with Murmur.
Great. All right, you have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Grim Fated. Graham Fated. I don't know what they're doing to me this week.
That would be a 29.
Oh, that hits.
And this is not sneak attack, so I'm doing
Make sure you add that +3 damage.
right.
Yeah, you get +3 exactly.
Oh, right.
Would be 11 plus 3 would be 14 points of damage.
Okay. So you pull back your longbow. I think this is the first time you've used Murmur, right?
Well, yeah, because now I'm a fighter and I can use Murmur.
That's awesome. You pull back this longbow, this beautifully crafted dwarven longbow, and you loose an arrow, goes, sticks in the back of this thing. You see its hand open wide, teeth behind the hand on its head. Its entire head is like a fist, like a hand with fingers, and they open up, and there are teeth screaming as you pierce it from the back.
Come at me, ugly! And then I'll put the bow away and draw my melee weapons.
I'm confused. You want me to attack you?
You're not ugly, Uggo.
It is
You
your
just
turn,
said
Uggo.
I'm not Uggo. I am Uggo.
Okay, never mind. You're very handsome.
Kill something!
You first.
I'm working on it.
You say you're
Uggo.
working on it?
God. All right, Uggo, you're up then, James.
And your turn's over.
That was my turn. Just
6
just
seconds of fun.
Uggo
Way to go.
is so I can't really see how far Uggo is from Lily or the hand thing, or the hand that feeds. I think is what you called it.
Yeah.
Uh,
There's
so-
Lily, 5, 10.
I've got 80 feet of movement with the
10,
bonus
15,
action,
20,
so
25,
40
30.
without, 80 with.
You
Yeah.
could get to me for sure.
Yeah, I definitely want to get to her first.
Okay.
So
5, 10, 15, 20, 23, 30, 40. 45 gets you to her. Right next to her. You can get diagonal. Yeah, diagonal gives you 40.
okay. So what I want to do is pick her up and toss it at that thing.
Okay. Okay.
And when I do it, I say, "Don't worry, Lily. I'll be right there."
Oh boy.
I will brandish my flute in a the spikiest way it can be.
Take hand axe.
Amazing.
It's too big for me.
Okay.
It's bigger than me. I'll go.
We need to create a battle flute. That's,
Sharpened it.
Sharpened battle flute.
As I
got like
slow
a-
motion fly
30
towards it, I'm
feet.
sharpening the end of my flute.
yeah.
The battle
exactly
flute's
30
the one rule of the battle flute is watch your lips.
Yikes.
All right, so you're tossing Lily, and remind me how this force of good works. It's how.
Every
Uggo
5
launch.
feet. Yeah, every 5 feet, she does 1d4 points of damage.
All right, so
And so she launched 6 total feet, or 6 total 5 squares.
so
so,
64.
Woo!
You can roll.
Yeah.
I was going to let
64.
her do it since it's her. Which she has to make the attack first.
Yeah.
You got to make an acrobatics or athletics check. It says your choice? Is it my choice or her choice?
Either one is fine.
Oh,
I mean, it's on your turn, so you can make the choice.
All right. Well, then I'll make the
Let
choice.
Uggo take athletics.
Yeah, definitely, probably better.
So-
Okay, you have advantage from false start countered by Grim Fated.
Oh, okay.
So you're
Thanks,
doing the
Griffin.
attack.
Yeah, I'm going to do the attack, and you can roll the damage. So you can roll
Okay.
64, assuming I hit.
Oh, we got a potato. We got a potato from Vosh Voyager. Thank you, Vosh Voyager. Amazing. Wow. Thank you.
23.
23 is a hit. Yep.
So 64, Lily.
Okay. I only have 2 with me, so 2 at a time. That's 6
Nice.
plus 7
Oh, great. 13.
plus another 6.
19 points of damage.
Ooh.
And then I can bonus action aggressively move towards the hand that feeds so that I am opposite Lily.
Okay. Sorry, how much damage was that, Lily?
19.
19.
19 points of damage. So Lily goes flying through the air, tumbling and spinning from Uggo's toss, and you come down smacking this thing, and you're now adjacent to it.
I just baseball batting it with my flute, I think.
That was a lily hammer! I threw a lily hammer!
Lillehammer. I love it. That's where we had the Olympics once.
My brother was there.
Hello, Norway.
All right, so that concludes your turn, Ugo?
Yes.
James, you're up, then Lily.
Right. Map room, could I get a view?
You're surrounded.
Yeah, I am a little bit. Do these creatures, the blue glowing thing is coming off of them?
No.
Okay.
It is not.
I'm sorry that I missed that.
Is the blue glowing stuff on the map? Is that smoky stuff? Is that
it's the smoky stuff. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yes. Do they seem particularly comfortable around this fire?
They don't seem to be running from it, no. Yeah.
Got it. Can you zoom in a little bit, map room? There's one directly south of me, and then there's one to the east.
Yep.
On the east side of me as well, yes?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Gosh, am I equidistant from 3 or 4? Or no, Lily's right there. All right, I don't want to burn Lily. All right.
Are you gonna use the ring?
Maybe. I don't have spell slots right now, so yes. I think I'm going to move 1 square southeast and look at these 2 things. And think of Fahima and touch my exploding ring and say, wish you were here to see this. Here goes everything, and boom! Try the exploding ring and fireball on myself.
Amazing! So you strike the ring, it explodes, and
Dexterity saving
dexterity
throw.
saves from both of those.
16.
I have advantage from Gomph O Redwall, but it was countered by Fectious on the first, and advantage from Minoko 15, countered by Fallstar on the second.
Nice.
So the first that's going to be you said Wisdom?
No, Dex.
Dex.
Dex, that is a 13 on the first one, and a 13 on the second one. I rolled 2 12s.
Fail. Both fail. They take 29 points of fire damage.
Oh! My goodness. All right.
And
So these are both ones that have not been hurt yet, right?
Yeah.
No. And I am surrounded by a fireball for a second.
Kaboom! Yes, you're at the center of this massive explosion that erupts from the ring on your finger. It envelops both of these hands that feed around you. They're screaming and squawking as the fire burns their hides. Boom! Right.
It gets pretty close to Lily, but I think that she should be okay.
Yeah,
and then
she's outside.
got it. And I will use the 25 feet rest of my movement to back up. Just head north.
So you're moving at half speed, right?
Move.
Oh yes, that's
you have
right.
clown shoes on.
That's right.
We're at half speed?
Yeah,
that's
'cause of
right.
that force of evil.
Then I'm probably much further back.
You are
Probably back where Lily was, because it would have taken both of my movement to get to her.
Okay.
So Amanda, move me 2 squares up. Then I only have 2 squares left of movement. Okay, and actually, with my bonus action, I'm gonna use the Force of Good sock puppet Fahima.
Yep.
To cast Magic Missile at 4th level as a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
And 4th level, so that's 3, 4, 5. That's 6 missiles.
Right.
So I'm gonna go
They
3
all
and 3.
automatically hit.
3 and 3 to the 2 guys.
Mm-hmm.
The first one takes 9 force damage on the one to the east.
Okay.
And 6. Dang, it didn't roll great on these. 10 force damage on the one to the south.
All right. Awesome. So you channel the spirit of, you thinking of Fahima, you conjure this magic missile. The amulet flashes and blinks twice, and just as you'd seen her do many, many times before, powerful missiles find their mark and slam with incredible arcane energy into each of these creatures, and they scream. They're burning and being pelted with arcane energies. The Lily hit and the arrow from Civ hit the same one, right?
Yep.
That's what I thought. Okay. So we are up to Lily's turn.
How does that one look?
It looks injured.
Not bad though.
Still up. Yeah, it's injured, but it's
Okay,
still up.
so Lily is like, I think she like had her eyes closed, but just like hitting it with it because it was a lot of action flying through the air. And then she just, in a moment of panic, she's actually going to use the force of good. Shoth forgot.
Okay.
So people on the material plane all look the same, and Shoth forgot has forgotten which one of you is James. During the next combat, any party member may use a single Eldritch Blast as an action, along with any modifiers James has gained as a class feature. So just like in a fit of like adrenaline, because she flew through the air, she's gonna be like, bah! And Eldritch Blast this hand.
All right.
It beats.
Amazing.
So does she roll with my attack, or does
Yeah,
she roll
She
with
rolls
her
with
own?
your. I think the card even says it has
Card
your
says
modifiers.
all
Yeah.
your
So
modifiers.
it's a +8 to attack and a +4 to damage.
Do you have any other modifiers from Eldritch Invocations? No.
+4. Yeah.
Cool.
So-
Yeah, you agonizing blast.
And you guys have been adding your +3s to damage, right, from that other
Oh
card?
wait, no. So then I'm sorry. The fireball should have done 32 damage to those two guys. Sorry. Yes, I should have
right.
done that.
Is this affected by Force of Evil? I forgot. The attack? No.
No.
No, we have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. That's
Okay.
that force of
So
evil.
attack. Do I have any advantages or disadvantages?
And we're at half movement. The whole.
You have advantage from Fixer 314, countered by Grim Fated.
Dang it.
You got this. You got this.
Okay. Ooh, okay. 22 to attack.
That hits.
And then what do I roll for damage?
A D10 and add 4.
+3.
D10 and add 4
And-
plus 3.
Well, but oh yeah. That's right. The throwing her was Ugo's attack, not hers. Yes.
Yep.
So, oh man, I only rolled a 2.
So 9.
9.
9 points of damage.
But it was with a lot of flair, if that counts for anything.
+3, right? +3 for your from the card.
Yeah, +4 +3, so it's 9.
9
Oh,
total.
9 total.
And it's a
Roll the
single Eldritch Blast. It's not the multi. It's not the
Right.
cantrip itself.
No,
I
just
got
the
you.
one.
Yeah. It's a magical effect from the amulet. It's not actually a spell.
Lily, that was very good.
That feels incredible!
What color was it?
It was purple.
Purple.
Ah! I've never
it is.
seen that before come from someone else. That looked very nice.
Lily, does that complete your turn?
And then, I mean, yeah, because I would be engaged with this thing, so I can't
Yeah.
get out of there without an opportunity. So, yeah, I'm just going to be brandishing my flute aggressively.
Okay, that thing is going to attack you. It is going to bite. I have advantage from Falstar countered by the Bingle Banshee on the first attack. Advantage from Grim Fated countered by I cannot allow it on the second. Let's see how this goes.
If I had recalled that we were half movement, I would not have allowed that to happen.
It's all right. She's only,
12 on the first.
she's only going to be there
Force
for
on
one
the
round.
second. Man.
Fight.
Oh no, 16 on the second. To hit.
Yeah. Yeah, that hits.
It hits?
12 hits.
Okay.
12 misses the 16.
12 misses and the second one hits. Okay,
Yeah.
so you take.
Because we still have our lava hide armor. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Either way, it hits.
We have +5 AC though from a force of good.
Oh yeah. If she wants to use it, right? It's just her.
If you want to use it, yes. One person is allowed to use
If you
it.
get
Wanna use
plus
it?
5 to AC, it won't hit you. I'm assuming.
It's okay. I'll do it for because don't we all have to drink something for that?
No.
It was a
No.
toast that we did last week.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
You wanna use
Doesn't
it?
hit.
Then
Yeah,
it doesn't
why
hit.
not?
Okay, this thing attempted to attack you. It does not hit. The second one, let's look at the map and see where it is. I think there's probably both of them are going to attack James. I think that he's closest, right?
Oh, great.
I don't think there's anyone else around. Let me roll.
The +5 to our AC.
I have advantage from which space on the first attack countered by Falstar. Advantage from extinguish the flame countered by Falstar on the second attack of this one. Oh man, I'm running terrible. That's on 11.
Miss.
Oh, it was on a 16 and it rolled to a 3. That's a 10. So that's the first one. Mapper, if you could zoom out a bit and we can see James, it'd be awesome. And then the second one is going to attack. I have disadvantage from Gonth O Redwall on the first attack, and then the second attack is a straight roll. So natural one. Unbelievable. All right, the second one is a 3. Come on.
Is it my makeup? Is it my makeup hands? Is it throwing you off?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So both of those hands that were hit with a exploding ring run at James, and both of them grasping and clawing at him. They are right next to him, but they do not hit him because my dice are broken, evidently.
Wow.
I've got some you can borrow.
yeah, your automatic 20s.
Don't you dare, Ron. Don't you dare.
The other thing you see is that in the very southwestern edge of the map, through the tree line, past the giant river of lava that's cascading down the mountainside, you see a very, very large creature emerge. It is bounding. Again, nothing like anything you have ever seen. This thing is an abomination, a strange-looking creature, huge, muscled, and when it roars, its face splits apart and opens up into sections. It is hideous and terrifying, and it bounds across the map. Well, we're gonna get a good look at this thing.
Oh my God!
Hopefully it'll roar in a second, and we'll see the face open wide. I call this thing a split face leaper. It comes bounding across bounding out of the tree line, and it literally leaps over the entire lake of lava, landing on the other side.
Oh boy.
Why don't all your characters have too many eyes? Or no eyes?
Too many eyes, too many mouths.
And it lands there, and that's going to complete its turn. But it is close to you, Civ, and it is enormous and angry.
Does it look nice?
We're back to your turn, Civ. Top of the round.
Okay. Well, that changes what I was going to do. Actually, it doesn't. I'm going to try to go end the thing that we've been wailing on instead. So I will move and dash towards the creature that's in front of Lily. And while I'm running up those steps, I will ching my blades together and then just stab one blade, the dagger, into this creature's belly.
All right.
Trying to end it in one hit, hopefully.
Sounds good. You have advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Grim Fated.
Okay. That is a 24.
That's hit.
Okay. And I will sneak attack this time. Nice. 20, 30, 33, 39 points of damage.
Oh,
yeah!
So you come running out as this enormous creature bounds out of the woods behind you, leaps over the lava. You see it land just a few feet from you, and you turn and scamper up this short set of stairs and plunge your dagger into the back of this hand. It screeches and squelches, and it's the fingers of its face open wide, and it twists, trying to get back at you, trying to snap as its intestines spill onto the ground, and it falls dead.
Ooh.
And then I immediately turn to Lily and go, "Please slow down the big monster." And I look over my shoulder at the giant rampaging, leaping thing of doom.
All right, Ugo, you're up.
Okay. So, 20 feet of movement. I can't see. Mapper, if I can get towards Ugo there so we can see how many squares between him and the big one.
Yeah, a lot.
If it's 40, I can get there.
It's
No.
more than 40.
It's more than that.
Okay, so then I'm going to move 20 feet towards Lily and Civ. So that's just 5, 10, 15, 20. I'll be adjacent to Civ. and I'm going to throw 2 hand axes at the big guy. A bonus action for everyone watching at home. Rage! Tossing 2 hand axes.
I will take that effect of rage since
Oh,
I
yeah.
think I'm about to take some slashing damage.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right,
Yeah.
so this is that force of good card that you got a couple of weeks ago. That
Yes.
Anybody is able to take both the benefits and drawbacks of rage. So the two of you are also feeling as Ugo goes, "Rrr," you both feel this intense rage inside you well up, and you feel your skin tighten, just like Ugo seems to. You are ignoring the effects of damage to a certain extent.
Should I take that too?
No,
Yeah,
you
you
Can't
take it
cast
too.
spells.
can't
if you
cast
do
spells
it.
when you're raging.
Oh no,
Yeah.
don't want to take it.
But you can drop rage as a bonus action, right?
Right.
Ron?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, as a
I
bonus
think I
action.
won't take it though.
Okay.
Even though it
Right.
sounds Awesome.
Ah!
I will, but with everyone, Lily will still go.
In camaraderie.
Yeah,
And Ugo says, "We are angry!"
camaraderie.
And
We've had a long week.
2 attacks, hand axes at a distance. They
All
will
right.
be probably out of range, so I'll naturally get. Actually, I'm going to
Disadvantage?
use the. I can't see. How far is it?
It looks like it is
5, 10,
5, 10,
20, 25, 30?
Yeah, I would say 30.
25, 30. Yeah, 30 exactly.
Okay, you know what? I'm still going to throw hand axes.
All right, you have advantage from Funky G Macman on the first and advantage from Ugo Dumpthistle on the second, so those will counteract your range
So
penalty.
straight rolls. Great.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody. Okay, so the first one is a 22.
Okay, it's
and
hit.
the second one is a 14.
This is to the large creature, right?
Yes.
Split face? Yeah,
Yep.
it's also a hit.
Oh, great. All right. So 2d6 plus 8. 13, 6 and 7.
13 points of damage?
Yeah, it's 6 and 7. So it's 2 attacks, one with
Yep.
6, one with 7.
Okay. So your hand axes come out and they hit the shoulders of this thing. It's a huge target. This thing is massive and muscled. Its face open, splitting open, teeth inside these flaps of its face that extend out in front of you as it screeches and wails, and the hand axes lodge themselves in its muscled shoulders. Does that complete your turn, Ugo?
That completes my turn because I used all my actions and my movement.
All right, James, you're up. You are raging.
Great. Okay. How messed up do these two hands look? I've done a fair amount of damage to
Yes,
them,
they both look like they are definitely very injured.
Great. This is what I'm going to do.
Neither of them have done anything.
I am raging, and I am going to hold my action because dropping rage is a free action. Yes.
It's a bonus
bonus.
action. Yeah. Yeah.
Dang it.
Yep.
What do I want to do here?
Classic rage problems.
If only there was
Then-
some rage management we could do.
Gosh, what am I gonna do? Okay.
Well, it's gonna
Then-
go away soon too.
I know. All right, I'm raging, and I can't cast a spell. Then I will use my action in this moment then to activate the Pearl of Power, which is not a spell. So to regain a 3rd level spell slot.
Okay.
And stay where I am.
It's just really angry looking at a pearl.
hang on.
All
Come
right.
on!
But you're not readying anything. You're just doing that.
No, if it's a bonus action to drop it,
Yeah.
then I want to hang on to this rage at least for the next round of these boys'
Okay.
attacks.
Lily, you're up.
Okay, so Civ had told me to take care of the new friend.
Yeah.
So Lily is going to. I'm just kind of seeing. I think he's within. How far? It's hard for me to count for whatever reason. How
15,
far?
20. He's about 25 feet from you.
Okay, that's fine.
Diagonally speaking.
Yeah. Okay, so Lily's gonna just turn around, still vibing from casting this Eldritch Blast for the first time, and throw Shatter right down its throat.
Woo! All right. So
If possible.
apologies for this, but I had been forgetting to do it a bunch of times. This finally goes off. This is the do not read until activated. It says the next combat spell cast by a party member that is not a cantrip fizzles and produces only sputtering sparks from the caster's fingers, using up the spell slot nonetheless. Sorry, Lily. That should have gone off a long time ago, and I just kept forgetting to do it.
That
But
was a really hardcore move that you just
Probably
did.
should have gone off when I cast Ceremony, but
well, it's it's combat spell. It says specifically a combat spell, and it says specifically not a cantrip. So
Lily like sees this happen and then has like her face goes from like aggressive to apologetic.
So yeah, you reach out and that amulet flashes and blinks twice, and you look this thing in the eye and you cast Shatter, and then just goes the snap, crackle, and pop of your fingers goes. I think that was the name of the force of evil, was snap, crackle, and pop. And and this thing screeches and yells at you, and you're like.
And then I guess I can't. Is there like a rock I can hide behind?
And then you could scamper behind. You could scamper behind the. You could crouch down behind in the crevice between the stairs and that little ledge right there to the west.
Is the fire? How high is the fire in front of me?
It's not that high. I mean, it's not high enough to hide behind, but it's like a campfire size.
Okay, well, I can just lay flat on the ground behind the campfire then.
Okay, you go prone on the ground behind the campfire. I love it.
Lily also is having James, I think I might have messed up, and now I can't do my spells.
What?
That didn't work like it's supposed to.
Okay.
I did your spells, and now I can't do my own spells.
It's not your fault. I saw the amulet flash.
Oh.
It's the
we
amulet.
pay attention. There's something very dangerous here.
Okay.
All right, both of the hands now are going to attack James, the surviving two. I have advantage on the first from which space and advantage on the second from which space.
Oof.
Yeah. So let's hope that. That's better. That's a 19 on the first one.
Hits.
And a 17 on the second.
Hits.
Okay, the first one, it actually picks you up in its hands. It does a claw attack, and the fingers that make up its face actually grab you and grapple you. So if it lands a bite attack, it actually the target is grappled and restrained. And the hand that feeds can automatically hit the target with its bite, but can't use the bite against another target. So you take.
Okay.
It looks weirdly sweet in the map room.
And then
It's cradling you in its arms.
12 points of piercing damage on the first.
Reduced to 6.
Yeah.
And 11 points of piercing damage on the second.
Reduced to
You
5.
are grappled and restrained.
Okay.
So you are literally like, this thing has, for a face, it has a hand, and behind that hand are chomping teeth, and it grabs you with these enormous fingers and pulls you in and bites you twice with that, and it holds on, grasping you in its
There's
mouth.
teeth inside the hands. This is very upsetting.
Which means the second one is
I'm
not going to do
restrained,
that.
so it gets advantage on attacks.
Yeah.
On
I guess
its
it will
first-
just attack you. Go
On
ahead.
its first, I mean, it can do whatever it wants.
Yeah.
If it is going to attack me, I will use entry ward on its first attack to disadvantage, so it will be a straight roll then.
All right, I rolled a 4, so it misses you. And the
Miss.
second one, it has advantage.
Entropic
That's
Ward
a-
is not a
that's a-
spell. It's just a warlock ability, so I should be able to still do that while raging.
Yeah.
So the second one, it should.
Second one's a dirty 20.
Yeah, that hits.
So again, that will be 13 points of piercing damage.
Reduced to 6. Yeesh. Ouch.
Now the Leaper goes, and it is going to charge at the closest enemy to it, which is, I think, Civ?
Yeah, it's me.
He will get disadvantage on the attack.
All right, well, it's going to go as close as it's going to run as far as it can go and then leap 20 feet. Because if it leaps 20 feet, it gets a... You said it has disadvantage on its attack? Is that right, Ron?
Yes.
All right. So let's see if it hits.
Even if it hits you, you'll get resistance.
I
That
already had it
is
because of the
Right.
rage.
still at 22 to hit.
Yeah, it's
And you need to make a strength saving throw. You have advantage from dice and capes on that.
thanks, dice. 15.
It does not save. So you are knocked prone, and it is able to make a stomp attack against you. The first.
Also at disadvantage.
10. You take 19 points of bludgeoning damage from the initial slam, and it can do a stomp attack now as a bonus action.
Unless he still has disadvantage from on
Yeah.
that.
But
Any
it
attack
probably,
that
has,
doesn't
it
include-
probably has advantage because he's prone, so it's probably a straight
Yeah,
roll.
right.
Yeah, but it rolled a 4. But I think it still has a. That's still a 19.
That hits.
Yeesh!
Good lord.
You said this thing looks like an aberration?
On Abomination is what I said. It looks like something that should not be. It is
Does it look
something you've never
demonic?
seen before.
Okay.
It certainly has traits of that. Yeah. That is another 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, so I believe, if I'm correct, I can still uncanny dodge even though I am resistant to the damage because we researched that and found
Yes.
that uncanny dodge still
I
works.
recall that as well.
Okay, so 13 split in half is 6.5.
Or 6.
And then-
So you round
or
out.
6, and so it's 3 damage. Okay, thank you.
3? All of that for 3 points of damage?
Well,
Man.
I'm raging.
Right.
Raging Rogue!
I love
Raging.
And even if you
uncanny
weren't
dodge
raging,
rogue.
it would still been the same.
Yeah.
All right. So we are up to the top of the round, Civ.
So am I still pinned by this thing, or can I get up?
You can get up, but it would cost half your movement, and you're already at half movement.
Which is fine. So
Yeah.
I'll.
Yeah.
What little movement I have, I used to
It
get
basically
up.
it leapt at you 20 feet in the air.
Yeah.
It hit you, knocked you down, and then stomped on you. But you can get back up.
Okay, I will pop up, draw my short sword, and now that I have dual weapon fighting, I will slash with the short sword and stab with the dagger
All right.
at his face.
Okay. You have advantage from Angel Devilson on the first, and advantage from Baron Pike on the second.
So 23
That's a hit.
and a 26.
That's also a hit.
Okay, so the first one is going to be the sneak attack. 14, 17, 23 points of
Points of
damage on
damage?
the first one.
Oof. Okay.
And then the short sword will be another 10.
Okay. So 33 total.
And that's everything. That's my move, my action, and my bonus action.
All right, Ugo, you're up.
All right. Ugo is going to. Are either of those squares not on fire? I can't see on the other side, so it looks like maybe
You can
what
get-
I'd
you can-
like to do is be adjacent while not being on fire. And Ugo is going to take 2 attacks as his action using his maul.
Okay. You have advantage from Quite the Cat on the first, and advantage from David Gen Pro on the second.
Thank you.
Jeff, did it look like my blades did damage?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good.
Okay, the first attack is a 21.
Hits.
Dirty. And then second attack is a... I should have said it before, but it is a 34.
Also hits. Yeah.
32. Sorry, 32.
Yeah. Anything in the 30s.
Yeah. And Uggo says, the flame may flicker, but should never die! And smites.
Okay. Amazing.
Smitey smite.
Okay.
James, you'll be next, and then Lily.
Yes.
That is
Don't
my
worry about me. I'm a.
last spell slot, but 2d6.
I'm fine.
Comforting, James. That was comforting.
Trying. Hands and teeth.
Yep. Okay, so 2d6
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Does rage add to damage?
plus 2 for each attack.
Oh, okay. Well, then I did an extra 4 points of damage from rage, too.
All right.
It does.
Yeah.
And that rage goes away now because it's Uggo's next turn?
Yeah, for one round.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so
Yeah.
4 more damage. Yep.
First attack with the smite is 25.
Open its face to you guys.
25.
25 points of damage.
25 points of
Bludgeon.
so 18 of it is bludgeoning and the rest of it is radiant. So
Amazing. So you slam
just
with
the first
your
hit.
with your maul, and you see it. Oh, there's the face opening. It rocks this thing. It's the flaps of its mouth, rotating and not rotating, but vibrating as you slam into it, and this explosion of brilliant light, like a candle flame, exploding behind it, does a ton of damage to this thing. It is. How much of it was radiant?
7 of it was
Okay.
radiant. And then
Yeah, that thing particularly did not
the
like that.
second hit was 12 bludgeoning, magical bludgeoning.
Okay.
Interesting. Doesn't like radiant. Looks demonic. Okay.
All right. So we're up to James's turn.
Right. I'm no
Is
longer
this when-
raging.
Is this when James reveals that he's an Asimar?
That would be nice, wouldn't it? No. No, just a plain old human. That's me. Okay, I'm not raging anymore, and this is terrifying. So I'm restrained. But, lucky for me, Thunderstep only requires a verbal component. So I'm going to look at these two fellows and
Amazing.
go, you seem nice, I must go now, and cast Thunderstep at 3rd level.
I love it.
Constitution saving throws for the two of them.
All right. I have disadvantage from Falstar on the first and disadvantage from Falstar on the second.
Map room, could you pull back slightly and I'll tell you where I'm going? Thank you.
8 plus 3 is 11 for the first one,
Fail.
and 7 on the second.
Fail. They
Both
both
of them
take
fail.
18 points of thunder damage as I teleport. Oh gosh. Let's say about 90 feet. Boy. Let me put myself to the south of the river of lava. Or no, to the south of the steps. A couple, like basically equidistant between those steps and the river of lava to the south of the structure.
Just south of
way
the
over.
bushes there.
That's right.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
All right. So you're inside. You're being grasped by this incredibly strange beast. It's got a hand that's grasping onto you, and its teeth biting you from behind. And you mutter something under your breath, and then cocoon, this incredible, thunderous reverberation emits from you. You disappear out of its grasp, and you see it explode into many pieces. The
Amazing.
second one, feeling the effects as well, being knocked. It is almost totally dead, the second one. The first one is just bits of goo on the ground. And the second one, it looks like it is disoriented, limping. 2 of its legs don't work. The fingers of its face limp and non-reactive. It is almost dead as well.
I'll wave at it from my new position. Hello.
Cocky. James is getting cocky. I like
You're
it.
lucky that Lily used up that force of evil before you tried that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. I don't really have anything to do with my bonus action, so that's my turn.
All right, Lily, you're up.
So you're down, but
Okay, I'm down. So Lily is gonna give herself. Okay, Lily, you gotta get it together, and she's gonna like army crawl on the ground, still a little flustered, to behind Civ and Uggo, because they're right in front of that
Yeah.
hand thing. So you guys are like within 5 feet of it.
Yeah.
So Lily's gonna just army crawl behind them to kind of tuck behind them, and then she's gonna cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
Ooh. Yes.
So then she'll cast. Whoops.
Did somebody say radiant damage? Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
baby. I'll cast it, and she's gonna be like, Lily, you can do this, and
Which means I need to roll a wisdom.
when you start
con
your
save?
turn there.
Oh, okay.
This is the whole thing. It's if you enter it or you start your turn there. So
Gotcha.
on the start of that beast's turn, it will roll. So also, I think this is always just assumed, Jeff, but all of the party members are people I don't want to be affected by.
Right.
Except Civ.
All right. So you conjure your joyous,
He knows what he did.
Your joyous, radiant bingle party. And it
Oh, thank goodness it still works. James, I'm good.
Good.
All right. So I complete your turn. As you lay on the ground, like conjuring your spell.
I'm conjuring them and like ducking between Uggo and Civ's legs, trying to like see what's happening with the big bad.
All right. So the complete your turn. Then we're back to the last remaining hand, which is very, very badly hurt. It is actually just going to run north into the tree line as far as it can go, which is
Oh, I scared it off.
60 feet. It's going to use its dash. It's going to go 60 feet north as fast as its little crippled legs can. I mean, it's been crippled from this attack. The legs barely moving, but it is limping and very badly injured. And that brings us to the Leaper. The Leaper is going to... it is going to do something called Earth Shake. It pounds the ground with incredible force, causing a tremor. Each creature on the ground within 30 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. So, Civ, you have advantage from Funky G Macman. Uggo, you have advantage from Z-Man 9018. And Lily, you have advantage from the brush.
But you have disadvantage
Hi.
Force of Evil.
Yeah, from the shoes.
From
Oh,
the
yeah,
cross.
dexterity saving throw. So it's
straight roll.
Straight roll.
Jeff,
so
I
I'm
also
doing
have advantage for being a barbarian on dex saving throws that I can see.
Sure. I mean, I think since you had disadvantage and advantage, let's just have it be a straight roll.
Okay.
I got a 25.
That saves.
17.
I'm on the ground, so
That
pretty
saves.
dexterous.
I got a 13.
Ooh, that does not save.
Yeah.
You are knocked prone, Uggo,
Okay.
and you feel an incredible shaking in the ground.
Whoa!
Oh, I rolled 2 8s on a d8. 882 is 18 points of damage for you, Uggo, and
What
9
type?
points.
What's the type? What type?
It is thunder damage.
Okay. So full effect.
And half that for the other two of you. 9
9.
points. Yeah.
I don't take any of that because of my rogue ability.
Evasion.
Yeah, evasion.
But James and I
Nice.
take 9, yeah.
I'm not within. I
Oh,
wasn't in
no,
range
he's
for
sorry.
this, was I? Right?
Thanks,
No,
Amanda.
you were not. 30 feet. Not range.
Amanda
Oh.
made my Civ miniature jump up in the air right when the earth shook so that I didn't take any damage. I just
Oh, are we
timed it.
sure? I'm sorry. Are we sure I'm not in 30 feet?
Oh,
I
you
didn't
might
hear
be.
I was-
I thought you were farther than that.
I didn't. 1, 2,
5, 10, 15,
3,
20,
4.
20. No, you're in 30 feet for sure.
It's
Oh.
yeah. Okay, I'm
All
sorry.
right, so roll me that dexterity saving throw. You have advantage from Force Stealth 86, countered by Grim Fated, so it'd be disadvantage from the Force of Evil.
Still a 13, but
That does not save.
Okay, so I take 18 points
Yeah.
of thunder damage. Ouch! James is hurt. James is not
Ow, ow, ow.
great. Ouch.
All right.
So
that's
everybody's laying on the ground but me?
Oh, and
yeah,
I'm
you're
hurt.
up, Civ.
Yikes. All right. Good to know. I guess I'll just stab it in the face a couple more times.
Okay. You have advantage from Falstar on your first attack.
It does not have eyes, correct? I'm looking at no eyes.
No
It
eyes.
does.
It's just a
I
mouth.
think it does, doesn't it?
It does?
I don't know.
I
Yeah,
thought it
looks
had
like
like
it
a
has
bunch of eyes on its side of its mouth.
It
which is
certainly
why-
senses you somehow.
All right. Well, I'm stabbing it in the face regardless.
Okay. It was a Falstar advantage on the first and Grateful Citizen of Ayn on the second advantage.
21 to hit on the first.
Hit.
And
Wait, Jeff, it didn't go, did it?
It went.
Yeah,
It
that's why-
smashed
Oh,
the
you
ground
need to
and
take
knocked-
the Spirit Guardian's damage. Sorry,
Oh, yes,
that is
thank
my
you.
bad.
I gotta roll that. It's a con
Yeah,
save, right?
I'm sorry, you guys. I
No, it's fine.
was confused what was happening.
If it kills it at the top of its of its turn, maybe we didn't take the damage.
So,
You said con
Wisdom.
save?
Wisdom.
Oh, wisdom save. Oh, con would have been much nicer for it.
Yes, of course.
I have disadvantage from Falstar.
Nice, nice.
Yes,
So that
thanks,
is a-
Falstar.
It was an 11.
Yes.
that does not save.
Yeah. All right.
Take it.
So I have to roll 4d8.
Come on.
1 second.
Yeah.
And it's vulnerable. Come on,
Yeah.
come on, come on.
Yeah.
High 20s, low 30s would be great.
My personal calculator, you ready? 5,
Okay.
1,
6.
5,
11.
4.
15 total. 15, and if it's vulnerable, 30.
Yeah. All right, so this party that's happening behind this thing as it smashes into the ground and its face opening up, and you see behind it, and it just explodes with this joyous racket behind this thing as it's slamming into the ground, and you see it. Its face opens up and it falls with a thump on the ground, dead.
Can I stab
Party
its
too
face
hard.
as
Yeah,
it's
you can still
dying?
stab it if you want.
I want to make sure this thing's dead, so I will jump on top of it and stab it a couple more times.
All right. Oh, look at it go down from the music.
Nice.
And
Want me to make sure its
Civ,
skull doesn't work anymore?
Civ leaps on and keeps stabbing and stabbing it.
Leave it. If it's dead, leave it. I want to know what that thing is. Ow.
Civ does not stop stabbing.
Okay.
Civ. Okay, well. Hey.
Oh, you got blood on me!
Is everyone okay?
Yes, hey, Civ?
Hey, stab face!
Civ, stop it. We have to move on. There's gonna be other things to stab.
Does not stop.
Oh, gosh. Okay, maybe we need to walk away from this situation and give him a minute.
He seems like he's dealing with some pent-up issues right now.
It's
You
understandable.
see him just tearing into this thing, ripping off the flap of its face, torn off. He's digging in farther. He's down to bone. He's stabbing and stabbing.
I'm gonna-
It's covered in gore and
It won't be good if you're tired and you can't stand up later.
I'm gonna awaken mind quietly to Civ. Sivrak, we're disturbed enough. Please.
And I stop at that point.
Where are we?
Lily's face is covered in blood at this point.
Yes, where's our go?
you guys are both laying on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can leave the map room, by the way. Thank you, map room. I appreciate
you, Amanda.
it.
Thank you,
Map room.
Afro.
Happy Halloween, Amanda.
Happy Halloween.
Lily is gonna just say, "I'm gonna give you a moment," and then she's gonna walk over towards those blue lights. covered
Okay.
in blood.
What are those things?
see
James
what
is
they look
pulling
I'm
himself
gonna
up
go
off
with
the ground.
Lily. I'll go
All right, Lily, as you walk over to one of these shimmering blue lights on the ground, it is incandescent. It is glowing rather brightly, even amidst the red glow of the lava nearby. Blue, this strange blue light. And you get over to it. It is very clearly a magical effect. What would you like to do?
Can I like touch at it and see what? I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
Careful.
as you get closer, actually, just roll me a perception check. You have advantage from the brush of Ty.
Thank you. Advantage. What a treat.
Jeff,
Yeah.
since I'm with Lily, is there anything just
Good.
religion at all?
that advantage
Anything
really
religious
saved
of this?
me.
You can roll me a religion check. You have advantage from Mazakil.
Okay, I got a 23.
Okay, Lily, as you get down, the light is bright, but it seems to have a definite source as you get close to it. And you look down, and you are much closer to the ground than everybody else, and you notice that it seems to be emitting from a piece of something.
That's
a
on the
shard.
ground. That's on the ground right there.
On the ground, yes. It looks like a shard, a small, tiny sliver, like just a jagged little shard of something.
Jeff, my religion was dirty 20.
Okay. There's something very not right about these creatures. They do not seem to be of this world. There's nothing.
I can attest to that.
There's nothing particularly religious about them as creatures, but
Sorry, I was Lily, so I was asking about the light on the ground.
About the light on the ground. Pardon me. No, that you do not get anything religious per se about the light. On the ground.
Lily.
Okay, I'm just gonna touch it.
Yeah, and it is sharp and jagged, and if you touch it, you get it is smooth on one side. It looks like it is made of porcelain.
It's like a porcelain, like a broken porcelain.
But it's glowing?
Yeah.
Does it look like a piece of the jug that Vic crushed?
Oh.
Whoa.
Yes.
Yes.
As I proceed to slowly cut out organs from this creature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it have a heart?
Yes.
Oh
This
my
creature,
gosh.
yeah. It does.
Do we have a conversation with him?
I think we're gonna have to have a conversation, but I mean, I'm not.
I mean,
an
I'm
expert on
not
this.
supposed to be bathing in the blood of the enemies.
Well, I just feel like right now talking isn't gonna do any good. Listen, Ugo, talking
Can
is.
we join him and smash it so he's
No,
not
I don't
alone?
think- I think he's you know, like when you rage, it's like therapeutic for you sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
I think that's maybe what's happening.
Oh.
I
He's
don't
getting
know.
dirty and
Oh yeah, I mean I'm covered in blood.
Yeah,
and
me
I was
too.
just sitting next to him, so.
Weren't we all covered in hodgepodge before all this started?
We're just disgusting.
I mean,
We stink.
there's
you
no
know who could help us
cleaning.
with this if she was here?
Well,
Fahima.
should we try and
Yeah.
collect these pieces?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Put it back
Definitely.
together, or
Wait, clarification. Pieces of this or the thing that he's cutting up?
oh, sorry, the glowing
vase.
thing.
We're miles away from where the explosion happened at this point, yes?
It was a big explosion.
Yeah.
It threw
Yes.
her body hundreds of feet away.
Can I... Oh, man. Okay, I'm gonna approach this thing that Civ's been hacking at. Can I make a...
I probably didn't cut too much around its face. It was probably around its chest and stomach mainly, because that's after it fell down.
This thing... Can I get a closer, look? Can I run an investigation on it? Just kind of look like
Sure.
what... It's if demonic, or try to sense its origin or anything like that?
Yeah, you have advantage from Falstar countered by Witch Space.
Thank you, Fallstar, and Witch Space. I will guide myself on this one as well. It's a nat 1.
Mystery to you. The one thing you are certain of is that you have never seen anything like this. There's no history book, no story, nothing that's ever pointed you to something like this creature. It is bizarre.
Is it connected to the vase? I don't know.
Perhaps
She's-
when the vase was destroyed, it opened up a portal to another world.
She was playing with demons. And these
Yes.
felt demonic. I can't tell what they are right now.
I mean, the hodgepodges are not any nicer than this.
It's true, but those were of this world. These did not feel like that.
Jeff,
Yeah.
does the hand that feeds, does it look like a cousin of the leaper thing? Do they look like they're somehow?
They are both bizarre and strange, demonic looking, certainly in the sense that they are hideous and frightening. But they don't seem to have any traits that seem like they are in the same, kingdom or genus or anything like that. There's no familial ties or species relation that you can discern.
Are the structure?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
The structure that we're on, this sort of abandoned village or whatever it was, are we able to tell its origin? Does James know anything about who this might have been? I'm trying to discern whether this demon could be related to the vase, or it could be connected to this place.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to know, right? These are clear ruins. This does seem like it has some sense of, this pedestal here does seem like it has some sense of purpose that wasn't housing. There's something here that wasn't just a town, or at least it wasn't. This structure itself wasn't used to just live in or sleep in. It's a strange shape and design if it was going to be used just for people to sleep in.
Could I try a religion check on it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will try that.
Question about the one that got away. The hand.
You have advantage from Angel, Devils, and James, by the way. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Is it trackable? Do I see any tracks?
You definitely see tracks. Yes. It is not attempting to hide its tracks. It was running in fear.
Right.
It just was getting out of dodge.
I think I should go kill this thing.
Please, maybe. I don't know. It's.
I'll
I don't
be
want
right
you
back.
running off. Okay.
You don't have a
23.
problem when he does it. And Ugo follows the tracks.
All right. I'll go roll me a survival check. You have advantage from Red Robin.
Okay, thank you.
What did you get on yours,
20.
James?
23.
It does seem very plausible that this spot, this whatever it was that these stairs led to, was used for some sort of religious purpose, but it is impossible to discern what or which religion. It does seem like it could have been a temple, it could have been an altar, it could have been a shrine. It does have those kinds of features about it, in the sense that it is all very symmetrical. It all leads to this center platform with this sort of circular pedestal. It makes sense that this might be some sort of place of worship, but it is impossible for you to know by whom or what.
It doesn't look dwarvish.
It does not look
Because we've been spending a lot of time
Yeah.
around dwarvish architecture, and
correct.
While James is doing that, Lily is just going to be walking around and collecting all of the pieces that she can find.
Yeah. And you do, and each of them is a different, but they're tiny. They're tiny little shards.
Yeah.
Little specks of this porcelain material.
I have the smallest hand, so it makes sense.
Survival was 21.
Yeah, you're able to track this thing, and very, very soon you get. I mean, it's leaving remains of what looks like blood, and you can find tracks very easily. And you get to a not too far away where you find it heaving in and out and stopped. It looks like it is very, very badly injured.
Ugo looks around. Is anybody nearby?
No, not that you can see. You can roll perception if you want to really look.
No.
Okay.
Ugo sits down, like looking at a wounded animal in the forest.
Yep.
And he says in deep speech, "Do you understand me?"
It turns and looks at you, but it doesn't seem to have. And it tries to start moving away from you.
Shh. Oh, shh. Ugo pulls a ration from his pocket and crumbles it up in his hand, and he puts it on the ground and steps away.
Roll me an animal handling check. You have advantage from thank you.
Thank you.
Such a sweet name. Thank you.
Well, now that I am proficient in animal handling, that would be a 18.
18?
Yes.
I mean, this thing just was attacked by you guys.
Yep.
It is not coming up to you. It is not approaching the ration, but it is stopped and looking at you. I mean, it's hard to even know what this thing is. It's a strange creature. It has got these fingers that move and gyrate. A couple of them look bashed and broken from all the damage that it has taken, but it it seems uncertain. It seems very wounded, and it stops in its tracks, looking back at you as you stand back from it in a non-threatening manner.
Yeah. I do not know what it eats. I approach it slowly.
Okay.
Hands up, still keeping low.
Yeah. It moves back slightly as you approach, but you can tell it is
How big is
pained
this
to
thing?
move. It's a medium-sized creature.
Okay.
It's quite big.
Okay, so like picking it up is going to be like my size. Okay.
Yeah.
Big enough to pick me up in its hand mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ugo's going to try to get as close to it as he can. So he's expecting it to dart or try to run.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then he'll pick a hand axe and just end it. But
Okay.
if he can get within touching range, he's going to try to touch it slowly.
Okay. As you slowly approach this thing, you see its little hand face move and jostle as it's sort of sensing you, and it opens wide, its mouth and teeth bared underneath, and it trying to threaten you from getting any closer. And as you take one more step, it turns and starts to run.
And yeah, that's when a hand axe was expecting that.
It literally had one hit point.
Yeah.
As you hit it with the hand axe, it
Can I knock
collapses
it unconscious?
if you want.
Yeah, with the hand axe, I'll knock it unconscious.
Okay. You can just roll me an attack. I'm sure you'll hit it, but
Yeah.
you have advantage
make
from
sure.
Dr. Satan 666.
Thanks, Dr. Satan. 666. 16.
Yeah, that hits.
I like that he's like an educated Satan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Doctor.
Dr.
He's a
Satan.
doctor. I've spent a lot of school.
I didn't go to 6 years.
6 years
Satan,
of
I do.
satanic medical school.
And when I knock it out, I'm going to pick it up, throw it over my shoulder, and walk back to camp.
All right, this thing is very large.
I mean, I can
You know,
carry large
quadruped.
creatures.
Yeah, I know you can. I'm just saying. I just want to paint the image. It's like you have a boar on your back. You know, you got 2 legs on one side and 2 legs on the other side of your shoulder, and this sort of limp hand as its head bouncing up and down as you walk, and you arrive back at your friends just as Lily is collecting the last bits of these shards from around, and you've got it on your shoulder.
Do you think you've got them, Lily?
Yes, I'm at least I'm starting to. I feel like they were scattered about, right?
Mhm.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Well, and we saw them all the way up and down the mountain, right? Not
Yeah,
just
I mean,
in
I
this
guess that's what I
area.
mean. They're not just in this
Yeah,
area.
right.
There's more along our
Yeah.
path.
Are we
I feel like
going
I've
to
at least
collect-
gotten the ones here.
Are we going to try to collect all of them, or just the ones here?
Does that even feel possible?
No.
This is alive.
Oh.
Oh,
Are we taking it with us?
Well, it responded like animal.
it might be a demon. I could try speaking abyssal to it when it comes around.
It does not. I spoke. When I spoke, it seemed to understand. I don't know if it was just sound. I could not speak to it. But I brought it to you. Thought maybe you want to look it over before I put it out of its misery.
Thank you. Listen, I'm sorry. I feel like we all need to take a moment.
We need to move.
Yes.
I know we need to. I know we need to. But there seems to be quite a lot of unspoken angst. I don't think that's out of line for me to say. Ugo, I'm looking at you. Civ,
I know
I'm
you're looking at me. Now is not the time. We are
Well,
not safe.
Okay. Maybe we meet in the middle here, and we can decide that next time we take a rest, we'll have a chat about it before
Yes.
we set back out on the path.
As long as we all want to. It seems that one of us does not want to talk to the rest of us.
Well, I think we're all handling grief in different ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am
Yes.
trying to be sensitive to that.
Good.
Okay, but let's just try to be a little more forgiving of each other and giving us a little more space, but also trust each other, Civ. Okay? We're here. We're not going anywhere.
He is correct.
That is what Fahima said at one point.
And Fahima did what she did because of her love for us. Do I need to say this again? And Uggo, she did not betray us.
I said nothing of the sort.
You said exactly that when we were
I
in the
said
club.
she had no
No,
choice.
Lily, hang on. No, you
I
said you
said-
betrayed us, but I forgive you, Uggo.
Yes.
I cannot believe you said those words.
She made
actually.
the choice.
But we also said that she was trying to save our lives.
I understand.
But you need to be more careful with your words.
But I do not understand.
You need to be
that.
more careful with your words. Just think on that.
We should move.
We're a family, okay? I know, but we're a family.
Yes, and I do not lie to my family.
Okay. Thank you. And quit undercutting me like that. Quit with your little snide comments. Like when you just ran away to chase that. Quit it.
Yes.
Cut it out.
Because you always stop me. You never stop him. Why is it me? What do you have wrong with me that you must talk to me and tell me things? I do not tell you not to do things.
I asked him not to do the same. And he was
And yet
very
he
emotional
still
when
do.
he ran off. Yes. But
I
that
was
doesn't
doing
make it,
something in
but
honor
that
of
doesn't
you and
make it
Fahima.
right. That's okay. But then you don't then say that. Then don't say you don't stop him. Rah!
I don't
You're
know
sounding
how
like
to-
a child when you do it. Okay? I wish Civ wouldn't do it either, but he does anyway. And we can talk about that.
Yes. That is my
But then-
point.
But you know better, is what I'm saying.
I am fine. I brought you something to learn about.
Then you can say that. Words matter. Do you know what you called me? Do you know what I will never forget? The first time you found out I was a librarian, what did you call me?
I don't know.
Useless.
recall.
Useless.
I was younger then.
I know.
You
But
taught me a
words-
lot about that.
And words matter, Uggo.
I understand.
And when you
I
say...
know words matter. You lied to me. You lied to all of us. Many times.
I'm doing my best.
Civ did same thing. I don't say those words to you.
Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt this, but I feel that, one, we all communicate differently. We're all doing our best, but I feel this tone has not... we've shifted into condescending of each other, and that does nothing.
I am not trying to condescend anyone.
I don't think you are, necessarily. I'm just saying, let's be considerate.
That's all I'm asking.
Well, James, you talk to Uggo like he's a child sometimes, and maybe you shouldn't do that. If you want to treat him like an equal. If you want him to treat you like an equal, treat him like
I'm
one.
trying to hold him... Lily, Uggo
Yes?
says things that affect people negatively, and I'm not sure he knows. He tells Fahima over and over again, you can kill us all.
She can! She may!
Communicates differently, I think.
I
it's more different.
communicate the truth! You do not like the truth! That is the problem! I am not the problem! You do not like that I speak the truth to you!
I did not say that. And I
You
would never
just
say-
said those words!
No, I did not. I'm simply trying to say that people will be affected by your words, and just because something's the
I
truth
hope
doesn't
they
mean...
are.
Listen to me, Uggo Rage Fist! Stop talking! When you tell a young woman over and over that she is an instrument of death, how do you think that will affect her?
Hopefully give her strength. Because she is not a weakling. Because she knows better. Because she knows what the power is. She wields it constantly. I only tell her to remind her that she is dangerous. And that if she follows the same path as the Ashen Mage, she will, exactly what Uggo say, kill us all. You may not like those words, and they may be hard for you to hear. They are how I feel.
Fine. I'm getting nowhere with you. Fine. I'll leave.
And James starts trudging down the mountainside.
Where are you going, James?
I don't know!
Well, you just asked us not to leave without saying what's going on.
I'll just run down after him and put my arm on his shoulder.
Are you okay, Uggo?
I am confused. And I am very... I may be filled with more rage than I ever have been.
I think we're all filled with some rage, right?
Yes.
This isn't
But
going
I have...
the way... Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just said this isn't going the way we expected, maybe.
No. And that's why I think that some of James's anger at me might be anger at situation.
Of course.
I am not angry at James.
I know.
I am not angry at Civ.
I know.
I am not angry at you.
I hope not.
I am not angry at Fahima.
I know. I
I
know
am
you would have done the
angry
same
at her
thing.
choice.
Well,
But her choice was forced. And I know that.
yeah.
She still made choice.
Yes. We've all made choices that we all have disagreed with.
Yes.
That's, I guess, the dirty part of adventuring. You know? The rough part. And
James.
that and killing lots of things.
James!
It's like the worst part. Okay.
Sorry.
No,
I
it's
just
okay.
had an idea. Maybe you don't like that I say or things to you.
Well, should we go find him? Maybe that might be better.
I want to talk to you first.
Okay.
Is James
James.
right?
About what?
What he say?
About the
Do
things
you
you
feel
say?
same? Do you feel the same?
I feel differently about it, but I think we all do. I think you speak very bluntly, Uggo,
Yes.
and I think it is hard sometimes to hear information in the way you say it, because there is no buffer. There's no. It's hard to digest sometimes. And sometimes I say things in a way that drives people crazy because it's too positive and it sounds condescending. I understand.
But no one gets angry at you for that.
They do. James just yelled at me.
Well, he's not angry at you because you're positive.
Well, sometimes I think it can be frustrating when someone's positive when you're very upset. Don't you know what I mean?
And that is exactly what I am trying to tell him about me speaking the truth.
Right. But I think that the tricky thing, right, is we're all learning how to communicate with each other. So maybe when he gets upset because you tell Fahima she could kill us all, even though that is very true and she very much could, like, currently
Right.
kill us all.
Yes. She is the key.
But I think he takes that as, well, maybe it scares him. Maybe he's scared how that will affect her mentally if you say,
I'll go think that James maybe feels the same way about himself.
well, I think you all could kill me quite easily.
That is the point.
And I'm really thankful that you don't.
The thing that could kill us all is around your neck.
Oh, yes. I thought there was a monster around my neck.
In some words, amulet might be monster.
I know. I have thought about that, but I try not to dwell on it because then it freaks me out and I can't sleep. Listen, I think,
If Uggo has done wrong, he need to know. It is
Uggo.
okay to tell him.
I know. I personally, but again, my opinion isn't James's opinion, so I can speak for how it affects me, but that isn't how it affects James, because we're all different. And that's what makes us a good party, right? We all have different strengths,
Yes.
and we all have different weaknesses. And I tend to not be as offended by things or take things as personally because I've worked at a bar my whole life and I've seen so many different styles of communication. But James is an introvert. He doesn't socialize in the same way that I did. So maybe, when he hears you say, Fahim's gonna kill us all, maybe he takes that really literally. You speak literally and he takes it literally, but in a James way.
I mean, I do mean it literally, but it is compliment.
Right, but I think it sounds, you see how it can sound a bit aggressive?
Yes.
And like it's maybe unnecessary to say because we know that. And I know you're saying it as a compliment, but it also is a compliment that negatively affects all of us, like mortally affects all of us.
Maybe better way to say, remember, That you can kill us all,
Or just
so that you do
Fahima,
not?
You're a strong wizard.
I say that already. That does not indicate that she must remember that she is very powerful and dangerous.
Okay, well, she does remember that.
But
I think she knows that.
It does not seem to me. Last time we spoke to her, she smiled when she spoke of her power.
Okay, well, maybe this is what we should do. We should find a way for you to say, Fahima, you can kill us all, but in like a fun, positive way. So it reminds her, but then it doesn't put everybody else in the party in like a weird
Yes, absolutely. I love this idea.
Okay.
How do I say that?
This is the harder part sometimes, is like coming up with how you say it.
You cannot come up with words?
Well, I mean, I can, but I'm saying it's a very specific type of word. So like, well, I'll think about it.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
I don't want to give you
James-
something that's wrong.
As she's thinking about it, James and Civ are walking through the forest, the lava bubbling and gurgling down the mountain beside them.
I'm gonna start curving him so that, like, he was going straight down the hill. I'm gonna start curving him along the side of the hill, so that we're not going the wrong
You're
way.
headed west.
essentially. Yeah. My friend,
Yes.
do you remember when we were in the belly of the boat? Do you remember what you said to me?
If memory serves, I had a bit of rum that night, so pardon me if I don't remember everything.
You said that if I lied or betrayed you again, that we would have a problem. Right?
It was more that at that time I was worried you were holding back and it was going to endanger people I care about, so...
Yes. I just want you to know that I remember and I listened and it changed me and my choices. So even though not everything you say and you do has a good effect, like when you and Ugo decide to yell and scream at each other, sometimes the words you say, when they are understood, the meaning why you are saying them, they can have a good effect. You are a good person, James Quillis. And I know you care a lot about Fahima. And she is a good person, deep down. She is just being challenged. You just have to trust us. I know that is hard.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. I started that conversation 5 minutes ago just trying to bring us together. I'm trying.
I know.
And I feel us pulling apart at the seams. I don't know. I'm so scared for her.
I am as well. But we have to trust that she is going to be strong. She is very smart. And she cares a lot about creatures.
Yes.
And us. And her father. And Zanalka. It is not going to be easy for the Ashen Mage to corrupt her.
But
We
the
have
longer
to-
she has.
We have to believe. She will find a way out. She will find a way to escape the drow. You have to have hope, my friend. It is the only thing that will get you through these dark times. I will promise from now on that I will try to tell you the truth all of the time. Not just when it is convenient for me. Now that I have lost what little I had from my past. You are my family now. We will get Fahima back. Say it.
We will get Fahima back.
And I pull out the half-drunken bottle of root moonshine and I hand it to James. If you don't drink
the first
this,
half of this.
it doesn't matter. If you don't drink this, I will.
I'll take a sip.
I think it is best for you and Ago to give the arguing a break for a little while. And perhaps when we get back to the Dwarven City, the two of you can sit down together and have a nice meal and talk. That way Lily and I can get a little bit of time, just the two of us.
I think that's a good idea.
Come.
We should wait. We should wait for them.
I'll just holler and wave so that Ugo and Lily know that it's okay to catch up to us.
Gosh, Ugo, who knew there was not very many positive words for kill?
Yeah, there's plenty in orc language.
Well, I was thinking, your flame's getting so big, pretty soon we won't be able to extinguish it. But,
Your strength is like the sun in the sky, and if it
good.
stays too strong, we all will die.
Yeah, your strength is like the sun in the sky, and the ozone is depleting quickly.
Yes. What is ozone?
Okay, yeah. I don't know. It sounded right.
Lily's all about that SPF. All right, so the four of you reunite. The Civ and James standing there. James, his head low, as Lily and Ugo approach. And there's a moment.
Ugo, just give him a hug.
I did not. I thought of it, but I did not want to intervene.
Well, you could ask him, I guess.
Oh. James.
Yes.
Blood brother of mine. I love you, and I am sorry that I argue with you sometimes. We are both strong-headed. I think that is good, because it means we will speak before we make decisions. I'm sorry I am not good enough for you. That is not the words I'm looking for. That is not fair. I'm sorry that I'm just sorry.
I'm
That
so
is all.
proud. I'm so proud of you, Ugo.
Thank you.
I
am trying very hard.
The truth is an extremely complex thing. Just because one thing is true doesn't mean that 27,000 other things aren't true. Something can be the truth and it can still be cruel, and it can still be the wrong thing to say.
Intent. Words, they mean things, you say. They also have intent.
They do.
My intent is not to hurt her.
I know.
My intent is to love her.
I know. And I know that intent, which is what makes it so damn frustrating sometimes.
Does this help? I believe that Fahima will do the right thing. I believe that completely. I do not think she made the wrong decision. I think she made the only decision she could.
People are fragile.
Yes.
Lily, during this, is just going back and forth, pushing them like a foot closer.
Lily wants us to hug, but before I do that, I want to tell you something.
Yes.
I don't know if I have told you this, and maybe this will help. I look up to you. Why you think I go to Candle Queen? Why you think I want to learn spells? Why I listen? Why I stop? Why I think? I think more because you make me think more. You think so much it makes Uggo head spin sometimes. I can't keep up.
I think too much sometimes.
Yes. And sometimes the truth may be complex, but saying it simply can help you understand the complexity of it. For me, speaking truth is because I do not understand complexity all that well. If I have time and someone to talk to about it, sometimes I can understand better. But I am very angry. It is strange. I feel the rage, but I am not showing it, and I am capable of controlling it. This is new to me. I am so angry. I am so afraid. But when we face someone like Ashen Mage, she taught me things. She is Uggo. If Uggo never found family. In that way, I pity her, the Ashen Mage. She thinks she has found family. She has found sycophants. New word I learned.
Wow.
Yeah. Mean people who, I think you know.
I do, but thank you. It's a very good one.
That is all. Can I hug you now?
Yes. Please. And I'll pull in Lily as well if she's nudging us, and grab for Civ as well.
All right.
Family hug.
Sure.
The four of you embrace there on the side of the mountain in the shade of an erupting volcano.
Covered in demon goo and hodgepodge guts.
So much blood.
You turn west and start walking back toward Dalto Thum. And that is where we will go to intermission. Do you want to thank some folks that have been giving us love during this section? The Brush of Ty, Nick Knox, Doobstar, Just Jules, Lord Corwin, Witch Space, Tina Frankenstein, Ruglius Booglius, Friendly Undead Mage, and more. Thank you for those. In fact, there was so much that we got a Force of Evil card, a Force of Evil. And we will unlock that right now. We will find out how it plays next week with you guys, because we're going to check in on Fahima in the second half. But this Force of Evil card is called A Dirty Bottle. It was submitted by Sitar. It says, one of the healing potions in the party's possession has turned rancid. Instead of healing the drinker, it does that much damage. Roll a d6 every time you drink a potion until you find the bad one by rolling a 1.
Oof.
Sanitize your bottles between uses.
Oh.
All right. All right, Lord Arabin is going to take care of you. We will be back in just a short amount of time. But also, Civ's song is at the end. So Civ, the Civ theme song at the end of the show. Don't forget that. Civ, I know you love it.
It's my ringtone.
Yeah, it's my ringtone.
So
Yeah.
Good.
All
They're
right,
all
so
amazing.
Goodbye to the Heroes of Bingle. We'll see you next week, and we will
Happy
check in.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween. We'll check in with Fahima after the break.
Well, well, well. Fear not, Watchers. Our campaign will continue after a brief intermission. Right now, it's time to enjoy each other's company. Oh, you like my hat, eh? My hat, Vosh. Voyager saying, Lord Erapimp. I don't even know what that means, but I'll take it, yes? And I must say, before we continue here, I know that I go over this every time we have an intermission here, but if you're not watching this live, take a moment, stop right now, whatever it is you're doing, if you're watching on YouTube or whatever, and listen to the words coming out of my tentacular area. You should watch the show live. Done. Okay? Why? Why? Because it's a different experience. When? Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm in your mind now. And I will be in your mind during the live show. You can live chat with me and our wonderful community, the watchers of the time stream. Oh, and another thing. The show is on Instagram now. Seriously. Yes, this is the first time I've heard of it. Unless I've said it before, in which case I was probably just not cognizant of it. Check out Instagram.com/thedungeonrun. Oh, I should say it again, Milo? No problem. Here I go. Check it out on Instagram.com/thedungeonrun. Is that right? Is that how all the younger ones do it these days? Great. Cattle Queen says, yes, we are. And our IG story is LIT right now. Is it LIT or lit? Milo, what is lit? Milo, get off of the organ over here and come over. I want to talk to you. Oh, you're going to keep playing? Okay. I wanted to talk to you about what lit meant, but I guess you're too busy with your practice. Lord Arabagel, put Milo on. Oh, sloppy goats. You're so funny. That's a -50 to the ASSS. If you do it again, it'll be -100. Music Man 77. I think everyone means that you are very stylish, Lord Araban. Well, I agree with you. Yes, Cold Gander, he is. Actually, he's been playing for what? 10 years now? Milo, is it 10 years you're on the keys, the organ? Oh no, he's saying no. Longer. How old are you, Milo? I thought you were 15 max. What? Okay, he's saying he's 51. Interesting. And how long have you been 30 years? This is new. I didn't actually know he could play the keys. This is new, you see. It's all new. We just got him a keyboard for his birthday, which was recently. And this is new. Listen, Ouroboros, these things happen, okay? Well, this is good to know. So I guess Milo is older than most of you. Obviously, due to his impairment in language and spoken word and thought or thinking, you would assume he's maybe 5 or 2 or just born. But no, I guess 51. So, let's continue. Oh, by the way, another thing, before we continue. Here's a tip from me to you. Go to caffeine.tv/thedungeonrun and follow the show. If you're not... Oh, Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Remember, everyone, I like pain. If you didn't know, now you know. No, I'm not giving birth, Voss Voyager, no. I'm feeling the exquisite joys of frustration. Vince Ruth, normally I would not give you a minus anything to the ASSS, but today I have to. A -50 because that was certainly unexpected. Whew. All right. I hope everyone is settled in and getting over their emotional experience from the first half. You know, I do have to say, watching the 4 in the first half and then having to watch now Jessica, or should I, excuse me, Fahima, in the second half with Jeff. While I like it, it feels strange. Something feels off about it. Is that true for you as well, everyone? And oh, Failwaffle, happy Halloween. Ain Street, guys, yes. Doobstar, don't worry, you are invited to the ASSS. In fact, for all of you, if you've never been uninvited, you are already invited, so don't worry about it. Oh, Ouroboros, yes, I would say it feels awful, but not as awful as what is about to happen to all of you. Yes, that's right, I do need to remind you of what it is we do here on the Dungeon Run. Druid Otter, before I continue, you're asking a very important question. Does Milo secretly know magic? Absolutely not. Magic requires study and intelligence and smarts and brilliance and creativity and... Oh, Dream Blaze, you sneaky, sneaky Blaze. You sneaky little Blaze. I see it. I see what you're doing. Yes, no. I don't feel anything. Thank goodness. But thank you for that, nonetheless. All right. No, Milo does not know magic and could not know magic, even if he lived another 100 years, because he is an absolute idiot. And I apologize if that is a uncomfortable word for anyone to hear. Idiot. Have we cancelled that word out of our vocabulary yet? Or are we still using that? Can someone confirm, please? Producers? He's an idiot. Am I okay with idiot, please? Someone. Random guy saying the only idiot... Okay, minus 50. To the ASSS. I have to continue, folks. My apologies. Let's go. Okay. Gregor, very funny. Just real quick, Gregor says, Lord Ereban, please take the mask off. We ought to get together for an aperitif after the show, huh? Go over some of our jokes for our comedy routine next week. Minus 50 to the ASSS for you. Throughout our time together, you, the Watchers, will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase any of our unique props. If you love the show, you can show love. When you buy Show Love, they are balloons, of course, and Friendly Undead Mage just gave one. Cosmic Lord, what do you mean, what's the bowl for? It's just a bowl, okay? That's not... fine, no, that's right. What you just touched is good. That's the one. Okay, look. Who here doesn't understand how the props work? Raise your hand. Anyone? 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 Fail Waffle, you don't. Good, so I'll explain them to you. Balloons. Use them. Purple, evil, or force of... That's the force of evil group. Golden balloons, force of good. If you want to give a lot of points towards the force of good, golden potato. If you want to give a lot of points towards the force of evil group, purple potato. If you want to help the team, or any of the players on the team, you give them advantages. That's the star. If you want to hurt the team, i.e. give them a disadvantage, that's the red guard. Good? I hope you understand. Last but not least, we do have Milo's ball. Don't touch it. It doesn't work, it doesn't do anything, and it just causes you a lot of heartache. Okay? Now, last but not least, all... Oh. Goodness gracious! Chef Scott, what on earth possessed you to, in the final moments of my intermission speech, touch that? I'm going to have to go to the hospital after this for sure.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. The pain is deeply trenched, or entrenched, I should say. Let me try to finish this here. For all things Dungeon Run, head over to the dungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find more info on our characters, Dungeon Run merch, and a link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join a truly wonderful community of runners, of watchers, and runners. You can also upload your fan art there as well as submit your force cards. To all of those who have already submitted, I see you and I thank you. Now I will go ahead and go to the restroom to double check on my rear end to see if it is as painful as it feels. That may have sounded strange, but nonetheless, I have to do it. I want to thank you all who shared tonight's show. If you haven't, I ask you to please do so. Hashtag the Dungeon Run. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. And remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversations around the game. Now, I turn it back over to my good friend and goth champion, Jeff, our dungeon master.
Thank you so much. Whoop. Am I muted? No, I'm good. Thank you so much, Araban. Thank you very much. I'm not as gothy as I once was. I couldn't handle the spikes on the neck. It's okay. Hey, Jessica, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
You look awesome. Your spiders. I didn't notice your spiders before. They look amazing.
Yeah, my little friends.
Very, very cool.
Feeling very
All right.
today.
We appreciate, I hope Airban's okay in his hospital visit, but we appreciate everybody hanging out through intermission. We're going to pick up the other half of our story now, and I will catch you up on what has been happening with Fahima Taig. It started with a choice. Fahima Taig, the Fire Genasi, the daughter of the Wish, stepped through a dark portal with the Ashen Mage into an underground lair and a whole new life. In the twisting tunnels of the subterranean sanctuary, she trained as a wizard's apprentice, learning new spells and helping Calcutta Theed progress her plans to reclaim the knowledge that was lost in Ain 300 years ago. During the day, Fahima was brought to the Ashen Mage's workshop, where she studied Theed's spellbook, discovering new ways to access the arcane weave and master powerful new kinds of magic. At night, she was given food and modest accommodations and allowed to move freely about. In doing so, she found her werewolf friend, Zanalka, a young woman born a lichen but afflicted with a bloodthirst by the Ashen Mage's former apprentice, Vargan. Zanalka was kept in a cage in a room very similar to Fahima's, but that did not stop the two of them from sharing a kiss between the bars. Fahima also interacted with Jan Mo, the half-dragonborn Triton, who helped the Ashen Mage capture the Wardens. Fahima used her knowledge of Jan Mo's childhood, knowledge she gained time-traveling 22 years into the past with the Heroes of Bingle, to try to persuade the warrior to turn away from Calcutta Theed. But Jan Mo's experience hearing James Quillis's voice in his head led to distrust and anger and unwillingness to listen to Fahima's pleas. She also found evidence of the Tinkerer, Fardinald Urtenfurt. Following a clockwork robot through the labyrinthian tunnels, Fahima stumbled into a lab where automatons plugged themselves into consoles on the wall and gears and diodes littered the area. Under the Ashen Mage's tutelage, Fahima learned from the school of necromancy to inhabit the body of dead creatures, and with a transmutation spell derived from the legendary Typhoon Warden, to turn a willing target into living water. She also finally made contact with her father, Conroy Taig, through the use of a spell called Whispering Sands. Smoldering ash was the conduit through which Fahima's voice was carried to a location far away, a location that must have included a large amount of sand, which moved and vibrated in a way that allowed her father to hear her. But the ash also vibrated, and Calcutta Theed could listen in to every word her father said. So, Fahima twice dropped her concentration, ending the spell before her father could tell her how to find him or reveal the true nature of the wish from which she was born. After the second time Fahima dropped concentration, the Ashen Mage grew agitated, dismissing the fire genasi from her study. As Yanmo walked her back to her room, a strange portal opened before her, and she was transported to the Wink and the Smile Tavern in Winkburg, reunited with her friends. They had an hour at that party where Fahima could only tell them to trust her and wait. And so we pick up our story, having transported back into the underground tunnels that make up the Ashen Mage's lair. Let me first thank some folks that have been giving us love over the break. Jabberwocky, Shothragot, Vegan Dracolich, ChefGot68, Dreamblaze, Witch Space, Jabberwocky again, Machine Bob, the Bingle Banshee, and others. Thank you so much for those balloons. They are so appreciated. We appreciate them. There's a force of good that's 72% of the way there. So very, very close to another force of good card opening up. But Fahima, you find yourself back in that hallway from which you were transported. When that portal, that tear in space opened up before you and you fell through it, you are back in that moment 1 hour later. Alone.
1 hour later, so
alone. There's no one around. It is a tunnel. You had walked mere feet from leaving the Ashen Mage's room, the workshop, her study, and Yanmo was pushing you ahead of him to send you back down those twists and turns back to your room. But you never made it. You didn't even make it very far down the tunnel at all. You just fell into this portal. You spent an hour with your friends, and now you are back right in that very location, but there's no one around you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. And so is Fahima. Fahima will look around, notice that no one is there, and kind of tiptoe back to her room.
Okay. So you do. You make it all the way down through the twisting tunnels. You have memorized this route, having been to it a number of times now, and you get back to your room. The door is there.
Unlocked, nothing is afoot.
No, it doesn't seem to be.
Oh my god. Okay, and what time of day is it at this point?
This is sort of late in the day. It's when, it was when the party would start, which is sort of party time, right? Like, around 7 p.m. probably. And they're an hour into that. So I think it's early evening-ish, mid-evening.
Okay, I'm going to try to find either Yanmo or the Ashen Mage. Whoever I run into first. I'll start heading back towards her study.
Now, are you doing this with full intent of trying to find them, or are you trying to sneak?
Not trying to sneak.
Okay. So as you walking around looking into open doors and things, you move through these back, you've walked all the way down these twists and turns all the way back to your room, looked in your room, nothing there. Now you're back kind of moving down through the rooms, and you see movement down one of the corridors.
Hello?
And you hear, and you see down that corridor this dragonborn turn and look at you and go, "Where have you been?"
I don't know how long it's
How?
been.
Why?
How long has it been?
It is. How long has it been, indeed? God! He runs over to you and he grabs you by the arm. He says, "How? Why? You have made me a fool."
I don't know what happened. Was the Ashen Mage angry?
Of course. What do you think? Angry at me, angry at you. She does not take kindly to not knowing what is going on. And neither do I.
Interesting. She's angry with you. I thought you were
Of course,
a natural
you were
born
in my
leader.
charge.
Seems interesting that you allow her to get angry with you, seeing as how you are the rightful leader of the Shazangao. It's meek of you, don't you think?
Meek, how dare you? I'll cut that tongue from your mouth. Go back to your room, now!
Bring me to the Ashen Mage.
No. Back
Why
to your
not?
room.
Why not?
You were dismissed.
By you? Or by
By her. I was told to send you back to your room. Now go!
Fine.
You need your rest for tomorrow's studies. I will deal with this. Do
Or
not
will you?
speak of it unless spoken to. Do you understand?
Well, I plan on telling the Ashen Mage the absolute truth, which is that you somehow allowed me to escape your grasp.
You wouldn't dare betray me. I did nothing of the sort. You used some sorcery of some kind.
I don't think it matters. What matters is that you let me go. And you couldn't stop it. How useful are you really going to be to the Ashen Mage?
I will not stand for such. How dare you! Back to your room now, or you will face my wrath.
Have a good night. And she'll turn on her heel and walk to her room.
He's fuming, just heaving up and down. You see him not know what to do with himself. And he turns and stomps away. You're back again to your room.
Her heart is beating so fast. Meep.
Meep.
I don't know what to do. I think I have to tell her the truth.
Meep.
I'm going to know if I'm lying.
Meep. Meep.
Any word from Zanelka?
Meep. And she enters into your mind this sensation, these shapes, these loose shapes of a sleeping werewolf inside its cage.
No note?
Meep.
Okay. And is this the same night where we spoke earlier in the night and she said, well, come visit me tonight before you go to sleep? I'm kind of losing track of time now with the portal and everything.
yeah, no, it's tricky. No, you have not spoken to her this night, but you had been going there earlier than now.
Okay. So I have seen her today.
Did you go there this morning? I can't remember, to be honest with you. I think it was last night that you went to her.
Okay.
And she told you about maybe you could run off, you could be in this life together. And then you sent her the note, and then you went to sleep, and you got up and went to the mage and tried to contact Conroy.
Okay, I'll go visit her again.
Okay. You go and open the door, and you see her, this furry creature in the back of a cage, snoring softly.
Zanelka? Zanelka? Hi, it's okay. It's me.
Fahima, where have you been? I thought I angered you in some way.
No, I don't exactly know what happened. The amulet portaled me away.
Strange magic, that thing. Is it in your possession?
No, it's not. It's with my friends.
Still, it worked on you. Incredible. She pulls out this crumpled up piece of paper. And it says truth on it. And she says, "What is this? Do you not believe me?"
I'm just confused. It seems like you've changed your mind, or changed your tune at the very least about living here.
Well, it seems you are getting more comfortable in this place. I thought perhaps we could be here together. I don't know what to do. I am scared, and I want out.
You want out?
Of course.
The cage? Or do you want out of this place? I don't understand.
This
what you
place, both, all of it. I want to run free. I want to be with you, but I don't know if I have overstepped. My mind is addled. I want blood, but I resist it, and
The days run together. I don't know what is my thoughts and what is the blood thirst speaking. I fear that I will lose you. I am at my wit's end. I don't know what to do.
I feel like I need to get you blood somehow.
No, I must resist it. It is not. But if you can,
Part of who you are.
it is who Vargan made me into.
Okay, look, I have a lot to think about, so, I'm going to return to my room, but, I will keep you updated with my advancements with the Ashen Mage, okay?
Be safe. I worry.
He looks around. I fear that what I say is not safe.
Yes.
I wish I could share with you. I'm sorry. Good night.
Good night.
And Fahima will go to bed and continue before she goes to sleep. Continue to create diary entries that are sort of a blend of the truth and also a few things that she thinks the Ashen Mage might want to hear.
Do you have any examples of those kinds of things?
It's interesting learning about the water shape spell. If I could continue my learnings with elemental magic, using the motes of the wardens, I do believe this would be the best way to overthrow them. I feel that I could somehow learn how to use the opposite of the spell, use the opposite of the element to overtake them. I must first fully understand how they work.
All right. So you enter that type of thing in your diary, and you put your diary on that bookshelf in your room, and you and Meep curl up for another night's sleep. And as you awake the next morning to a rap, rap, rap on the door, pounding, boom, boom, boom on the door.
Yes.
It is time.
Okay. Meep, stay in my cloak.
Meep.
Okay, chin up. Let's go.
If you recall, last time you were summoned, it was I think the last two times, it was a robot that brought you. This time it is Yan Mo. Once again, he looks very gruff, very unhappy, does not look you in the eye. He just stares at you, he stares into the ground, and he says,
Today, your training will be different. Put this on.
and he hands you a hood,
Oh my
like
gosh.
a full hood.
Okay. She puts it on.
You put it over your head. It is like a full sack, dark. You can't see through it. Even with your dark vision, you can't see through
Oh,
this.
it's over the face.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so scary.
Yeah. And he grabs you by the arm and starts leading you down the hallway. And you, as you walk with Meep in your cloak next to you, completely dark, you are trying to feel with your steps the twists and turns, the pulling and tugging that he does on your arm, feeling that same route that you go to the Ashen Mage each time, but it is different. You are clearly not going back to that study today, this morning, as you have done every morning since you've been here. This time you are going a different route, and you try to feel the twists and turns, but they are many, and it is a bit confusing. And you arrived, and you feel at a certain point kind of going down a ramp of some kind. You feel the gravity of your feet going down a little bit of an incline. It's not terribly steep, but it is clearly an incline. And you move around and you start smelling strange smells around you. Things being cooked, perhaps. Things, dirty smells. And the smells get worse and worse. And soon you arrive and the hood is yanked off your head. And you realize that you are standing in this subterranean area that is piled high with refuse, garbage all around you, piles of it. And you see, leaning against the wall, a shovel, a plain shovel. And Yanmo grabs the shovel and shoves it into your hand. And he says, dig.
Why?
Today, our training will be different. Dig. I don't care if you use magic or your own two hands. Dig!
Okay. And Fahima will start to dig using the shovel.
All right. You take shovelfuls of just sort of piles of refuse, of garbage, of rotting substances, things that smell absolutely awful. And as you dig holes, you see Yanmo watching you do it. He says,
it needs to be bigger.
And you keep digging. And then slowly, as time passes and you are digging this sort of this trough through this garbage, really, this, rotting food and rancid smells of all kinds. It's foul. And then you see figures start coming down the tunnel toward you. Drow. These gray, ashen faces. Some of them with long white hair, some of them with white hair pulled back into buns or ponytails, some of them wearing hoods. These drow, one by one, coming up to you, carrying chamber pots that they walk over and dump into the hole that you've dug. Carrying old food that has gone bad, old carcasses of animals that have been stripped of their usable meat, dumping them into the hole that you've dug. And Yanmo says,
fill it! Fill it and dig another.
Is this my punishment then from the Ashen Mage?
This is your training for today, and you will do it and you will not speak to me.
So she has you in charge of making me dig trash holes.
Don't speak. Dig. Continue until I tell you to stop.
Roll me a Constitution check. You have advantage from Red Robin, countered by Gorbin Played.
Thank you to you both. Oh, no. No. Okay, this die. I knew I shouldn't have used it. 5 plus 2.
7?
Yeah.
So you start feeling very nauseated during the course of this. You're digging into garbage. People are bringing chamber pots full of, sewage and dumping it in front of you. It's everything you can do to stifle vomit. It is horrible.
I'll conjure a handkerchief and tie it around my face if I can.
All right. Yeah, you do. And this thing materializes out of thin air as you conjure it and you tie it around your face. It helps a bit, but this is foul work. It's disgusting. And Yanmo is off to the side, sort of out of this little cubby, this little hole in a hole, right? You are inside underground, but clearly this is an area that has been set aside, reserved for the dumping of waste. And you are digging holes and burying this waste, and it lasts for hours. Hours.
Sometime during those hours, I want to whisper to Yanmo, You know, my friends don't necessarily hate you and could help you better than the Ashen Mage to get what you want.
Dig.
Why? Why are you subservient to her? We could
No more
help you.
talk. Dig. And it continues like this for hours. You're seeing these people come to you, these drow come to you with all manner of waste, all manner of garbage, and you are just on garbage duty all day long, from sunrise to sunset. Although there is no sun here, it is underground. It is many hours until finally, sweaty and sick to your stomach and just covered in filth, you exhausted from a long day of just digging in this junk, in this garbage. The Yanmo says, "Enough. Come with me."
Fine.
And he brings you back. You are tired and your muscles ache from repetitive movement of the shovel. Your boots are grimy all the way up to the knee with gunk and smelly garbage. It's foul. I mean, you are standing in sewage. Sorry, what did you say?
I said, don't look, Meep.
And you get back to your room. He leads you all the way, again, back with the hood, leads you all the way back to your room, opens the door, yanks your hood off. You inside the room, and he takes a book, the same spell book that the Ashen Mage has used over and over again, the one that was on your bookshelf when you first arrived here, the one you've seen over and over again. He takes it, he throws it at you. It lands on the bed right next to you, and he yells out, "Page 31," and he slams the door closed.
Okay. What's on page 31?
Well, there aren't page numbers, so it actually requires you to literally count each page as you flip through it. But when you get to the 31st page, it is more of this insane nonsense. I mean, it's not nonsense because you have learned spells from this book before, but this thing on page 31 is clearly a very complex, sprawling spell. But as you look at it, you can make hide nor hair of it, heads or tails of it. You are completely, you're tired, you're sore, you're staring at this thing. You can roll me an Arcana check and see if you can gain some insight.
Yeah.
You have advantage from Red Robin.
Thank you, Red Robin. Okay, dice. Yes. 25.
You summon all of your arcane knowledge and you stare at this thing and you concentrate on it. Page 31, you're sure you've gotten to page 31. You're looking at it. There are things written in the margins. There are symbols and strange letterings. Some of the words you can make out as being words. Others just look like symbols, just look like, you know, almost doodles in the margins. Even with all of the accumulated knowledge you've gotten so far, you cannot figure out what is being communicated here, what it said, and you stare at it until finally you go, I'm not getting anywhere.
This is useless. Okay. What I will do though is try to copy the cryptic symbols into my spell book.
Okay. Yeah, and you do. It's painstaking work, right? Because it's so much harder to. It's almost like, you know, copying abstract painting. It's like copying a Jackson Pollock or something. It's like, how do you even, you know, what is this? Because the symbols don't seem to make any sense to you. You're not sure what's important and what's just a dot of ink that fell from the pen as it was being used, or the quill, I mean, from when it was being used. It's painstaking work, but you set about to try to do it. Are you going to sleep tonight, or are you going to work through the night on that? I know that you've done that before. I'm just asking.
Sleep.
Okay.
So you make some progress on the notation of this, of the copying of it into your spellbook, but it's far to go. Like I said, these pages are covered. This sort of manic writing, and you make some headway, and then you fall to sleep. Meep resting already far earlier than even you, and again the next morning, rap on the door, boom 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 boom.
Who is it?
It's time.
Okay, Meep. Let's hope there's no more hole digging today.
You open the door, and as soon as you open the door, a hood hits you in the chest. On.
Right.
And again, you are marched through these twisting, turning pathways down this incline, and you arrive. The smell's familiar to you now. You arrive in the same place. Hood off. Dig.
Fahima will dig.
Roll me another Constitution check. You have advantage from Uncle CW.
Thank you, Uncle CW. Natural 20. Yes.
Natural 20. Today you have acclimated to it very quickly. You know what you were in for when you got here, and you are steeling yourself. You are not going to show any weakness to Yanmo. But again, the day's events are very similar. Different faces, drow, bringing you sacks of things, these burlap sacks that have stains on the side. There seems to be maggots and creatures moving about inside them, bugs eating off the remains of something unseen inside. They drop them into the hole. Again, chamber pots full of liquids sloshing around with solids in them, pouring them out. The smell is absolutely nauseating, but you have steeled yourself against that sensation. You will not be nauseated today. You will not feel it. You are just digging. They dump stuff in. You put the dirt back on top. Another hole, more drow, dumping it in, putting the dirt on top. Yanmo off a ways, checking in, looking at you every so often, doing something on his own, checking in on you, making sure you're working, yelling at you now and then, no more slowing down. It is monotonous. It is painstaking. Your muscles are sore from yesterday, and they are sore again, but you will not show weakness today.
Do any of the drow have tattoos like the Ashen Mage?
Roll me a perception check. You have advantage from Angel Devilson.
Thank you, Angel Devilson. Let's see. 21.
You do not see a single tattoo. The ones you saw for the Ashen Mage are on her arms and sleeves, under her sleeves of her robes. You make a point to watch as they pour. Some of them dressed very differently. They're very plainly dressed. They're dressed in very simple clothes. Some of them even have short sleeves. You can see very clearly they're dark gray, ashen skin. It is gray like slate, like pewter, and on it you haven't seen a single marking like the Ashen Mage has.
Do they look at all like the blue elves? Well, blue elf that we've met?
I mean, in the sense that they both have pointy ears, and they they both are relatively sort of lithe, sinewy kind of looking creatures. I would say that there's some resemblance there, yeah.
And when I hear, are any of them talking or speaking to each other when they come to dump their trash into the hole?
There is an interesting thing that you notice, that there is some noise and chatter, and then once they get to a certain distance from you, no one says anything. They walk up silently, they dump their trash, and they silently move away.
And I can't hear what they're saying.
No, like I said, they sort of stop talking far enough away. It seems almost specifically to avoid making any noise around you.
Okay.
So again, a long day of this. Awful, backbreaking, miserable work. And at the end of it,
All right, you're done. Come.
Yanmo grabs you, throws the hood back on. The shovel falls to the dirt, back, pushing you roughly, brusquely, back up the incline, back down the twisting hallways, back to your room. Hood off, you're inside the room. He tosses the book at you, boom, onto the bed.
Page 31.
Slams the door.
Wait! Ugh, I'll open the door. I couldn't understand what was on the page. What am I supposed to be doing?
He turns back, looks at you, and then turns and keeps walking.
Okay, another night. Fahima trying to figure out what's on that page.
Yeah. All right, roll me an Arcana check. This time you have advantage from Forest Elf 86.
Thank you, Forest Elf. 21.
So again, you sit down almost like a, determined. Stare at that page, look at it, try to find any patterns, any indication of the arcane, comparing it to all the spells that you've learned. You know so many spells. You've learned spells from this book, trying to figure out how it relates to those, how you can figure out how this is a spell. Maybe it isn't, but it's in the spell book. It seems like it should be. It seems like it should behave in the way that wait a minute, it does sort of have qualities of other blood magic. Now you see a couple of symbols that you recognize from blood magic that you've learned. You're very confident that this is necromancy, that this is another blood magic spell. What it does and how it does it, still outside your grasp at this point.
Okay, so tonight, Fahima will stay up all night trying to figure out what this spell is.
All right. So you will take a point of exhaustion, and you can roll me another Arcana check. You have advantage from A.G. McLeod, but this is with disadvantage, so that would be a straight roll because of your exhaustion.
Oh, thank you, AG. 27.
27.
Yeah.
All right. It is late into the night. You're sure we've reached morning at this point. Your eyes are heavy, but you make a breakthrough on what this spell might be having to do with. You've stared at it, you've compared it, you've looked back through the book, you looked at the actual spells that you have learned. You compared it to your Blood Lance spell, to your Spare spell, other spells that utilize necromancy and blood magic specifically. And you make a breakthrough the wee hours of the morning. It seems that this spell makes use of your own life essence to enhance other spells. The reason it was so inscrutable was because it enhances other spells. It doesn't actually do anything on its own. But how it does that is still outside your grasp. It seems very, very powerful and potentially very dangerous.
Okay,
Rap, rap, rap on the door. Boom, boom, boom.
I'm ready.
Door opens, hood thrown at your chest.
You look terrible. Did you sleep?
It's hard to sleep with the smell of trash still in your nose.
Yeah, I know. I have to walk with you.
Let's
Come.
just go.
Hood over, marching. Another day down the ramp into the nauseating smells. Roll me a Constitution check. This one, you have advantage from A.G. McLeod, but it is countered by Fail Waffle, and then so you have disadvantage from your exhaustion.
No! And
Yeah.
I rolled oh my god, I rolled so bad. 7 again.
Again, this time you actually have to sit down a couple of times during the day because you are so tired. You haven't had no sleep. The smells are so awful and the work is so hard. Your muscles, you're not used to this kind of physical labor. You find yourself thinking about Uggo being the one to always row the boat and always hit the rocks and dig the things, and how you haven't really done this kind of labor, certainly not 3 days in a row like this, certainly not hours and hours and hours a day. It is taking its toll, and all these smells and all these awful, awful smells. It's all you can do to not retch.
How much longer am I going to be doing this?
As long as I say, now dig!
She will dig.
All right, and she does. Same thing as before. Drow coming to you, throwing their refuse into this bin, these awful smells, these disgusting things, these things that just are trying to be moved out of where people are living and into a hole, into a place where they won't be looked at or smelled or interacted with. You are the one who's smelling them and interacting with them. You are the one that has to deal with this things cast away from these people trying to survive down here underneath the ground. You are the one.
Sorry to interrupt you. Am
No,
I
go
able
ahead.
to identify anything that's being thrown away? Is it of note?
You can roll me in a perception check. You have advantage from Agent McLeod.
And then disadvantage from my exhaustion.
And that's right, disadvantage from your
Oh my god, my
exhaustion.
dice know it. My dice know I'm exhausted. You said there was a investigation check or perception?
Perception.
6.
Use a 6. Yeah, it looks like garbage. You're not able to see. I mean, you kind of, especially with the way your stomach is feeling today, how exhausted you are. You're not able to really look at it. There's, the things that you linger on looking at. You see maggots moving, or you see, you see an eyeball hanging off of a carcass, or you'll see something floating in water that seems to have come out of another creature the wrong end. It's not. There are things you don't want to keep looking at, so you don't notice much.
Okay.
A long day. 3rd day of doing this. It is backbreaking. It is disgusting. And again, at the end of it,
All right. Back. Put your hood on.
Fahima will at least try to see out of the bottom of the hood.
all right.
I know she's exhausted, but I gotta at least try.
Here's what I want you to roll. A sleight of hand check.
Oh, okay.
You have advantage from Agent McLeod. Again, exhaustion, so you're going to have a straight roll here.
Oh, thank you, Di. 18.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, you're able to, without alerting Yan Mo, you're able to sort of position your head in such a way that you can kind of peer out the bottom. You see your boots sullied and disgusting with bits of gunk sticking to them. You see them moving over dirt. You see yourself walking up a path. It's hard to make out anything exactly different about this path, but you do notice as you walk up that incline that it is a clear ramp down. And you remember having looked out over that balcony when the Ashen Mage originally showed you the drow for the first time, that they sort of were in this area down below. So it makes sense that this ramp would lead down into a lower section of this underground maze.
Okay.
Back to your room. Open door. Push you in. Hood off. Book thrown.
Page 31.
Close
Alright.
slam.
Let's see if I can do it. See if I can do it tonight
All right.
before I take another level of exhaustion.
All right. Roll me an Arcana check. You have advantage from Angel Devilson. That is countered by your exhaustion from the previous night.
Okay. 29.
29. You
No, sorry, it's lower, a little lower, but high 20s.
okay? Your eyes are heavy. Your body is weary. You are at the end of your rope, but you force yourself to focus. You force yourself to consider all of the arcane knowledge. You think back to the things your father told you, studying. You think to the ways that you've experimented with blood magic on your own, the spells that you've crafted, the way that you notice the Ashen Mage crafts spells of her own based on the spells that she has taught you, the the spell to inhabit the body of the dead creatures, and how she makes connections to the arcane weave. And you start to realize that this spell is a sacrifice in and of itself. It is a blood sacrifice from the caster. And you got to start to get a sense of how you might be able to use it, how you might be able to cast it. You're a little weary of, I mean, you're weary physically, but you are a little, I don't want to say scared, but it is what you are realizing about this spell is something that is very dangerous. It is very, in the wrong hands, this could be a very powerful spell, a very harmful spell. And you kind of feel like you might be even able to cast it, but you are so tired. Your body is so weak at this point. You fear casting it wrong, what casting it wrong might do to yourself.
I'm gonna try anyway.
All right. So you look down at the book and you start to speak the incantation. As you've discerned it, as you've figured it out, start muttering under your breath. You raise your hand and you start moving your fingers in a very unfamiliar pattern, one that you've never attempted before. Now, this doesn't seem like something that would even touch magic, but it is a different kind of magic. It is necromancy. It is blood magic on a level that you have never attempted. You start to feel this pain deep inside you, this incredible pain in your gut, in your core, and it spreads out to your extremities, through your whole body, your skin. It feels like someone is cutting into it. It burns, it hurts. And then the spell fades, it fizzles. You can't quite do it. You were so close. You were so close.
Meep. Come here.
Meep. You can see the concern in Meep's eyes, and her head is moving around very furtively.
It's okay.
Meep.
I need to understand this spell. And if it hurts me, she'll see that at least I'm trying. And Fahima will fall onto the bed, exhausted, and sleep.
Rap, pound, on the other side of the door.
What?
It is time.
I'm not going today. I need to study.
The Ashen Mage wishes to see you.
Okay. She'll gather herself, brush off, make sure there's no poop left on her boots, and head out the door.
Quick prestidigitation for the poop off the boots. Yeah.
I missed a spot. No wonder the room smelled like poop all night.
This time there is no hood. It is merely Yan Mo walking silently ahead of you down the hallway, twisting, turning, a familiar pattern this time, back to the study, back to the workshop that you've been to. You haven't been in 3 days now, but you were going to every single day. And as you walk up to the door and Yan Mo opens it, it is that same familiar room, a workplace, disheveled, books and pamphlets and notebooks and diaries and parchment spread around. And every time that you've walked in here, you've seen the back of the Ashen Mage standing at the far side of the room. This time, she's standing facing the door as you walk in, looking you right in the face. You can't see with her hood low, but somehow you can feel her gaze upon you, and it's chilling, disapproving, stern. What do you have to say for yourself, Fahima?
that I've nearly learned the spell you sent me to learn.
Yes, nearly.
It's quite difficult. I couldn't understand it for the first few nights I tried. And I understand why I am being punished.
Do you?
Yes,
And why is that?
I disappeared for an hour.
Yes. Is that all?
I want to be as truthful as possible with you, so I will answer honestly any question you ask me.
How did you transport yourself away?
With a magical amulet that my friends have.
You do not
know-
have it.
I do not have it, and I don't know how it was able to contact me.
What is this amulet?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know where it comes from. All we know is that it exhibits chaotic, wild magic power. That sometimes helps us and sometimes hurts us.
Did you drop concentration on Whispering Sands on purpose?
No.
Do not lie to me, Fahima.
No. Not on purpose.
Do we need to roll a deception check?
Yes.
All right, do it. You have advantage from confusing Wookiee, and you are rested, so you just have advantage.
Thank you, Wookiee. God. I'm not very good at deception. 17. What?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good roll. Fahima, I thought you saw what was at stake. I thought you had left your companions behind to serve a higher purpose. I thought you understood.
I cannot help. I could not help this. I fell through a portal. I had no choice. And you should...
Fahima, go ahead.
You should know that, truthfully, they would not tell me anything for fear that you could read my mind.
Do you think I read your mind?
I think you have the capability to. Certainly. You are the greatest mage who's ever walked.
Do not forget it. Fahima, I gave you everything you could ask for. I gave you the opportunity to ask any questions you wanted of me, and I answered every one, truthfully. I taught you from my own spellbook. I allowed you the freedom to move about as you please. I also provided you the one thing you wanted most. To speak with Conroy Tig. And how did you repay me? I want to believe you, Fahima. I want to believe that some extraordinary magic plucked you away from me. I want to believe that in the midst of speaking to Conroy Tig, you somehow could not maintain your concentration. Twice. I want to believe all these things, Fahima. But you see, I have been stung. I have been stung with the pain of disloyalty. The Vix situation is, and I cannot afford any more disloyalty. Do you understand me?
I understand.
Good. I need you to be loyal, Fahima. I need to be sure. Everyone here has sacrificed something to be here, to be part of this. Jan Mo, Fardinald, and most of all, me. I thought you had sacrificed. I thought you had given up your team, your friends. But it seems that was not entirely the case. I'm glad you have been studying the page of the spellbook, and I am glad that you think you have mastered it. Do you know the name of that spell, Fahima?
I do not, and I have not mastered it.
The name of that spell is Blood Sacrifice. And to prove your loyalty, you are going to cast it now. She opens the spellbook to page 31. You can see it, the same thickness that you've turned to the last 3 nights in a row. Holding it open before you. Read the spell, Fahima.
And Fahima will attempt to cast it.
You again do it the same way you did last night, and you start to feel that pain inside you, and again, the pain fizzles. Read the spell, Fahima. Read the spell.
She'll try to read it.
Again. It fails. And then the door to the study opens. And Jan Mo is there. And he has Zanalka in silver chains. She's in full wolf form. Around her neck, around her hands, like a dog, or around her paws, I should say, like a dog. The werewolf is pulled into the room, snarling and defiant. She's full wolf at this point. Read the spell, Fahima, and cast it on the werewolf.
What will it do? What will it do?
Arcana check, please. You have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima.
My God.
Natural 20. At once, the spell becomes clear in your mind. You see it. You look at page 31. Your senses heightened, looking at Zanalka snarling and growling there, being held restrained like a dog. You realize that this spell, Blood Sacrifice, allows you to sacrifice your own life force, taking necrotic damage equal to 4 times your level. This damage cannot be reduced or negated in any way. As a result, you are able to cast another spell on the same turn as this spell, and that second spell automatically deals maximum damage. I know you were signaling Conroy, hiding the information we need. I know you betrayed me. I didn't want it to come to this, Fahima. I gave you every opportunity. Cast the spell. Show me your loyalty, Fahima. I see Yanmo standing there, holding the silver chain, pulling it against the neck of Zanalka. The werewolf is dangerous, Fahima. You know it. She is confused, unstable. Use your magic. Put her out of her misery. We have tried to stamp out her bloodlust, her thirst. We tried. Look at her. Even now, she would leap at my throat. She would rend and she would tear. Use your fire, Fahima. Burn her. Fueled by the blood sacrifice, it will be quick, painless. It is an act of mercy, Fahima. Burn her. Do it.
No. I can't. She wants to stay here. She's been convincing me to stay here. She wants to see me study, to see me grow with you. She's an ally to us.
We have all sacrificed a thing we love, Fahima. It is your turn to prove your loyalty. Do what Vic could not. Understand that your feelings are nothing compared to our cause. Use your life to destroy this one and align yourself with us once and for all. Do it. Cast the spell, Fahima. Cast the spell, then burn her.
What if I hurt myself? What if I kill myself in the process? I haven't mastered it.
I will protect you. My life is in your hands as always. You must trust me. Your loyalty is all. We cannot continue our work here if there is any doubt of it, Fahima. Cast the spell. Cast the spell, Fahima. Do it.
What happens if I don't?
I don't want to have to kill you, Fahima. I don't want to have to use your blood to try again and again and again to make you anew. I want you to join us. I want you to be one of us. I want to trust you explicitly. I want your loyalty. Cast the spell. Burn the wolf. Do it.
Fahima is frozen.
Now is the moment where you decide, Fahima. I wanted it to be easy. I wanted to trust you. As soon as you came here, I did. I gave you every opportunity to do it the easy way. Now we have to do it the hard way. This is the only way. Cast blood sacrifice. Sacrifice yourself. Sacrifice what you care for. Burn her. Burn the wolf.
There has to be another way. There has to be
no
another way.
other way, Fahima.
I can't.
This is it. Everyone has sacrificed. If you do not do it, it will all be for naught. Your last chance, Fahima. Do it. Or do not.
Please. The only thing that keeps me going is my love for monsters, my love for creatures. I won't have a reason to go on if I do this.
And
it goes
that is
against the
why
core of
you
my
must.
being.
That is why you must. You must unbe everything you brought here, so you can be one of us truly. There can be no vestige of the old Fahima. I must have your loyalty 100%. If that is not possible, then you will not be one of us.
Send me back instead. Send me back to my friends. I'll get you information on them. I can be useful. It doesn't have to be this way.
Yanmo, take these two back to their chambers. And she walks over to Zanalka and pulls the silver dagger that you've seen her use and walks over to the throat of this werewolf, pulls back her neck.
No, stop.
The tip of the dagger pressed against the neck of the werewolf. She tosses the dagger to the ground. Take them back to their chambers. And Yanmo grabs you by the arm and pulls you out and pushes you down the hallway, down through the twisting tunnels, down, pulling and yanking on the chain the whole way, grabbing your arm. He throws, you see Zanalka pushed back into her room, back into her cage. He closes and locks it. She's still in chains. He brings you to your room, closes that. The door shuts, and for the first time, you hear it lock.
I do?
Meep.
I can't fight back. I can't. She's so powerful. She'll just obliterate us both in a second if I try anything. She'll kill everyone I know. What do I do? What do I do?
Meep. 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 And she starts flapping her wings and moving over next to you and nuzzling her head in. Meep.
We have to get out. We have to get out. We have to get out tonight. She'll just kill everyone I know. Can you, can I do the water spell on Meep, I wonder?
Yeah, you can do it on any willing target. You do it on yourself too.
Oh God, I need to check on Zanelka. I'll do it. I'll turn into water. I'm gonna cast water form.
Okay. On yourself? Or on Meep?
Oh my God, this is so complicated. What if she checks on me in my room? I need to be here. I'm just gonna turn into water.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you touch the arcane weave and you grab your hand and your whole body, you see it starts like a wave through your arm. Your fingers and your hand turn into water. Your arm and shoulder turn into water. Your head and body and torso and feet, you turn into living water. You are slowed. You are very, very slowed. In fact, it's very difficult for you to stay in one place. The water wants to displace. It wants to move and jostle, but you are in control of it. Your whole body, this form, this liquid form, you can see through your hand, this crystal blue water.
Okay, I'm gonna 10 feet at a time try to puddle my way over.
Yeah, you step to the doorway and immediately your body, like someone threw a bucket, down a grate, you turn into liquid water. You are liquid water, but you disperse through the cracks and crevices around the door, just seeping through it and then coming back together on the other side. You have moved through the keyhole, through the tiniest cracks and crevices, like water just seeping through any way it can. You emerge on the other side, this moist door drying itself and forming into the form of a Fahima on the other side, and you're still this watery shape sloshing and moving on the other side of the door.
Okay, if there's no one in the hallway, then I'm gonna make my way to Zanelka.
All right, so you move, 10 feet at a time, just slowly, every 6 seconds, able to move just 10 feet, and you move slowly down the hallway, just sloshing and sliding across the ground, almost gliding like this water rolling down a hill, except you're moving on flat ground. You get to Zanelka's door, which is also locked. You would have no way of knowing that because you're water. It doesn't matter. You move through it again the same way. Blah. You move around the door, through the crevices and cracks, into the room with Zanelka. She is still in chains, still snarling, and she transforms out of full wolf form into that half werewolf humanoid form, and she looks at you, this shimmering blue shape of Fahima that's standing in front of her, sort of jostling and moving and shimmering, and she, you did not kill me.
She didn't. Zanelka, we need to get out. We need to get out tonight.
How?
I don't know why she didn't kill you, but you're not safe. I'm not safe. I don't know how. I mean, I can do this, but I can't do it to you.
Actually, you can't talk in water form.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna come out of water form.
Okay,
then,
yeah.
and
All right.
I'll just
So
cast it again if I need to.
Yeah, you leave water form and you are back fully formed and able to have that conversation. And she says, yeah. So she's looking at you. How do we get out? Can you do that to me?
I can't do it to more than one person at the same time. That's the problem.
How do I get out? How do we run? I don't know how to get out of here.
I can get you out of the cage, but I can't do anything beyond that. You heard anything? Zanelka, she could probably just disintegrate us on contact if she caught me sneaking around.
What do we do? Where do we go?
Totally helpless. And you almost lost your life because of me.
I told you before, I would lose my life
No.
to save yours. I would lay down my life to save yours.
Zanelka, that goes against the core of who I am. I would never do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to, I guess just try to find my way around. Try to find a spell, a way out, something. There's no more time. There's no more time.
Yes. She'll kill us both, I'm sure of it. They all will. I thought we were monsters, Fahima. But we did not even know what monsters could be.
Exactly. I hope you understand that you're not a monster in face of what you just witnessed.
I'm scared.
You should be. Okay. I hope this isn't the last time I see you. I'm very scared. I'm very, very scared. She'll, take her hand or paw, kiss it, and turn back into water. And, Jeff, I don't know what to do. I'm like, this is like, this is wrecking me. I'm just, I feel like cornered. I feel like
You are cornered. It is a difficult position. You,
yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna turn into water and, try to sneak into, I guess just look for any kind of exit first.
right. The door that you move through to get out of Zanalka's room is a larger area with a lot of rooms in it. Again, empty rooms. To your right is the direction that you had been taken with Yanmo every day, when you had been taken down the hallway through the twisting, turning areas. There was a section that you had been to where you saw Fardinald Urtenfurt's laboratory with the robots. You know that is also the direction that Yanmo came from. Back behind you is your chamber that you just came from. Farther down that direction, through twisting and turning ways, is the area that you first arrived from. So that is as much as you know. You know that the area to your right also leads to the drow area, although you're not entirely certain how to get back there because there was a hood over your head every time you moved there. You find yourself standing there as water in this empty room, unsure of where anybody is, how close or how far they are.
If I go back to where I came from, what do you mean
Your
by
room?
that? No, where we came from initially.
Or where you teleported in?
Yeah.
Yes, you could make your way back that direction. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
You could go back that direction. If you do, it is again twisting and turning. You had moved through that long corridor, with all these kind of switchbacks and labyrinthian maneuvers, and you get all the way back to almost this dead end, and you see that blackness in front of you, that pitch blackness in front of you, that magical blackness that you had arrived in. And that's basically what you see, is just this incredible magical blackness.
As if by the darkness spell?
Yeah, it certainly looks like. I mean, you have dark vision, and when you arrived, you couldn't see out of that magical blackness. So I think it is a pretty good guess to think that there's some spell that caused that blackness.
I want to walk into the darkness and see if I can, because I know when you cast darkness, if you cast it upon an object, I don't know if it works the same way if you cast it on a space, but if you cover it, it can get rid of the darkness. So I'm going to try and feel my way around for that and try to cover up the source of the darkness.
All right, so you walk into this magical blackness, and everything obviously goes black. Everything goes dark. You can't see anything. You can't see your hand in front of your face. Are you still water? Are you still thinking you're water? Or have you come out of being water?
I'll still be water if I'm able to do this in water form.
Well, you wouldn't. I mean, I don't think you'd be able to cover anything up because water's translucent, and I also don't think you'd be able to feel anything because of your wateriness.
Can't talk, manipulate objects. Yeah. I can't do any. Oh, shoot. Okay, I guess I gotta. Ooh, burning through these spell slots. I gotta drop it.
All right. So you become solid again, but you are feeling this magical darkness, and you feel around in this space, and you're trying to cover up something that is causing this blackness. But instead, what you feel is sort of grooves that don't feel like part of the wall, that don't feel like part of the dirt that is dug in there. You feel almost like shapes that have been knocked into this space very specifically, very they seem to have a form and a shape. You can feel them with your fingers, almost like touching braille, and they're in this very specific, almost circular shape on the back of the wall.
Okay. And do I know what that is?
Well, you feel all the way around the edges of this circle. It is almost a perfect circle that is three-dimensional. It has these. It almost feels like runic shapes that you're able to feel in the dark on your fingers. You're almost able to trace the outlines of them with your fingers, and it is clear that there is something here, something written here, something carved here, some shape. And you remember having teleported in here. So if you want to actually roll me an Arcana check, you have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima.
You don't hate Fahima. 28.
28. You recall your father telling you about a spell, a very high-level spell called Teleportation Circle. You relate it to the fact that you teleported in here. Teleportation Circle isn't something that the Natural Order used, but it is the more common high-level teleportation spell. And the way that spell works is there are usually runic symbols that connect to a plane of teleportation that allows people to go between very specific places based on how these runic symbols are placed. There's specific ones to specific places.
So is this something that I would have to learn, or is this something that I could just go through?
I mean, it is something you would need to learn. It is something you would need to learn. You have been studying as a mage in this place, but it is a spell. It is a 5th level spell, I believe, that you would have to learn.
Okay. Okay, I can only feel these symbols. So okay. It's time to do it the old-fashioned way and rip out pieces of paper from the spell book and take rubbings of it, and I'm gonna study these tonight.
Amazing. All right.
Oh my god.
So you quickly with your charcoal make rubbings all the way around as fast as you can in this magical darkness, and you stuff these back in your jerkin, and as quickly as you can make as precise rubbings as you possibly can. You are fairly confident that you've got everything transcribed, and you can step out of the magical darkness with this stack of paper that has to go in a very specific order in order to create an entire circle.
Okay. I have 3 4th level spell slots, so we'll do that water form one more time to get back to the room.
All right, so you go back to your room, you turn into translucent water, sloshing and moving in a insubstantial way, a liquid way, and you press yourself into the door, moving between the seams and gaps through the keyhole.
Is there anybody in there?
Reforming in your room?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, good. I'm so scared. I'm on edge. I think I'm gonna
Meep
die.
is still in there because she couldn't get out. She couldn't get out because she didn't get turned into water, so she's still in there. Meep, 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 meep.
Okay. Are you okay?
Meep, meep.
Is she communicating any kind of symbols to me?
All you feel is an intense sense of fear. She's very concerned. She's very agitated. She's looking at you, looking around. She doesn't know what to do.
Okay. We have to learn this right now. We have to go. So, help me arrange this. And I'm just gonna try to learn as fast as I can.
All right. So you lay these pages on the ground that you literally tore from your own book that you rubbed with charcoal. You lay them on the ground in it, like putting together a puzzle. This 10-foot circular etching of all of these runes, and you set them all around yourself, and you're standing in the center of it, looking all around at this thing you've made, and you start seeing it with your eyes. You can see the runes, the way they connect, and you rush over to the bookshelf, and you open the spell book, her spell book, the Ashen Mage's spell book, and in it is some of these symbols. You see some of the symbols in the spell book, and you're comparing, and you're looking at how they're situated in relationship to one another, the juxtaposition between each of these runes, and you realize they make a pattern, a very specific pattern that seems to connect to the arcane weave in a very specific way. You're teaching yourself in the way that she has trained you to do by looking at this crazy nonsense in the spell book, by putting together the clues that she put in her own book, doing exactly what she trained you to do. You're standing there staring at all the pages around you, and it clicks. It clicks. It makes complete sense. You see how to cast teleportation circle.
And is this something that I could make a new one, right? I wouldn't have to go through that one that I saw?
Correct. I mean, you
Okay.
would cast teleportation circle, and it would connect to your own teleportation circles. I think the way that the spell works is that the DM then gives you 2 spots in the world. I think that's the way that, let me look it up.
When you first gain this spell, you learn the sigil sequences for the first 2 destinations on the material plane determined by the GM.
Yeah, exactly. So, are you going to cast it?
No. If I carry Meep, can she turn into water with me?
It does say everything you're carrying, right?
Yeah.
I'll let you do that because I'm nice. I'm nice.
Thanks.
I've been mean to you tonight. I'll let you do that.
Well, I think she turns invisible with me. I don't know. Okay.
That's true. Yeah, we've been letting like Lily be carried and things like that. So yeah.
Okay.
I'll let it happen.
I want to turn into water, gather all of my stuff, including the mage's spell book, and go to Zanelka.
All right. You do. You carry it all, pack it all up, stack all the paper you've put out into a circle around you. You stack it all up, and you turn into water as you do. It's much faster this time. It's almost like someone dropping water from a big height. You just, and now you're water, and you step forward slowly, sloshing, moving through the doorway, the cracks and crevices, around corners, and through the tiniest places, moving out into the hallway. And as you do, you hear movement down the hallway. You hear footsteps approaching.
Okay, I'm gonna just slosh as fast as I can over to Zanelka.
All right, you move down the hallway, and as you press into the door, you look back, your face moving into water, and you see an almost melted version of yourself coming around the corner. It is you, it is red hair, it is your eyes, it is your body, but the face melted and strange, disfigured and disformed, walking almost strangely disoriented, almost like a brain dead version of yourself with this awful melted visage, followed by Yan Mo. It's walking right, and you are pressing your face into the water, and you move into the room. Zanelka standing, holding the bars, looking at you. What do we do?
We're leaving. And I'm gonna, I think I do have to touch her for this. I'm gonna cast Polymorph on her and turn her into a spider.
Okay. And you do. You reach through the bars and you touch her fur, and she sprouts 8 legs. This fur and snout of this werewolf retracts and retreats into bug eyes and 8 legs and hair on the back. It tiny little thing. And you look down at it. It looks up at you.
Okay, come here. Okay. We're going. And I'll cast my new spell, Teleportation Circle.
All right, and as you do, the circle starts to manifest all around you. Tendrils of arcane energy sprouting up out of the ground. It's as if somebody lit a match on the ground and there was a circle of gasoline around you. It spreads like that, but it's arcane energy. It goes and sprouts up, and the trail leads all the way around you in a circle, swirling around you. Meep holding onto you tight, nuzzling her beak into you, the spider on your hand, moving, vibrating with fear, and not knowing where you're gonna go. You step into the void as the door opens and Yanmo, wow, and everything goes black. And the first thing you notice is the smell. But that's where we're gonna end tonight.
Good night. Bye. Oh my god.
Well done, Jessica.
Oh my god.
Well done.
That was so intense.
Well done.
Oh wow. I didn't get that dagger for Civ. I didn't get the dagger for Civ.
You know what though? There's a lot of things you didn't do, but what you did do was pretty heroic and pretty awesome. It was pretty awesome. That was pretty amazing. I'm amazed. Well done.
I'm amazed at you, Jeff.
Me?
Yes. Happy Halloween. What an amazing Halloween episode.
I had to try to make it a little horrific for you.
Yeah, it really
what I mean?
was.
Yeah, we
it
got
made me
spiders
cry.
and werewolves. You know, it's a Halloween episode. Let me thank some of the folks that gave us love in that last section. PD Blanche, you Oakhart, Machine Bob, Mavith, kill me, Fahima. Don't tempt her. Lily Dumblestuck fan, J-Rock, Cult of Kanata, like that one. Claudette in Purgatory, and others. Thank you so much for those. We appreciate you. Next week, we will start the show 86% of the way to a force of good and 19% of the way to a force of evil. So thank you for all that support. We appreciate all of you watching. Happy Halloween. And hey, it's the last time I get to tell you, please vote. Please vote. And really vote. You can't vote by mail anymore. We're past that. If you're in America, please either drop your ballot into a drop box by hand or vote in person. It really is important this year. Please vote. Make your voice heard. It's a world of choices, a game of choices. All right. Also stick around because during the credits of this episode, you're going to hear the Civ musical theme, his theme song that is incredible and
It's
so
so
cool.
good. It's
You'll
so
hear
good.
all the elements and facets of Civ as a character in it. It's extraordinary how Heather and Leah have managed to sum each of these characters up musically. I think you're going to absolutely love it. So do not miss that. It's coming up in the credits, so stick around. But Airband's going to help say goodbye. Happy Halloween. Be safe. Please be safe. It's a big unsafe world out there this year, so please be safe, but have a happy Halloween. We love you. We appreciate you. And until next time, humankind, be both.
I think you meant Halloween, Jeff. To all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humblest of thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. Remember, hashtag the dungeon run. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And that friend might tell a friend to tell a friend, in which case that friend will know about the dungeon run. And we'll have a bigger audience. Yes, Captain Erebeard, although really it's a witch's hat, but okay, either way works. Oh, and be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run as The Dungeon Run continues. Click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. And check us out at instagram.com/The Dungeon Run. Isn't that right, Milo? Milo! You... Right, Milo's gone, but it's okay. Doesn't matter. We'll still continue. Oh, and remember, during tonight's credits, although Jeff just said it, I'll repeat, we do have a special treat for you. Our wonderful music team of Heather and Leah, I love you too. They have composed music themes for each of our characters. Tonight, your ears will have the pleasure of enjoying Civ's theme. So, happy Halloween to everyone. And until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.